The Trailblazer Poker Tour makes its first stop of 2025 at Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from January 21st through February 3rd. 21 big events, including the $400,000 and the $1 million guaranteed multi-flight no-limit hold'em tournaments, plus PLO and hold'em high roller events. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com. Attention Austin, Texas. The showdown at the Capital $20,000 guaranteed tournament is here. $300 buy-in. Only at TCH Social Austin on the last Saturday of every month starting at 12 p.m. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.
All right, what's up, y'all? It's TCH Live. We're Tuesday nighting it here, and I'm Aaron McAvoy hanging out with you out of Austin up there in Dallas as usual. Mr. Eric Van Loosen, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing excellent, man. Glad to have you back, and looks like an exciting lineup. Got a couple of blasts from the past, and it's going to be a fun one. I imagine this action tonight is going to be pretty wild, so looking forward to a nice Tuesday night session here from TCH Live Dallas, Texas.
Absolutely, yeah, should be a good time. Like you said, a couple of old faces, and then lots of familiar ones as well, just from the usual streets. So yeah, we'll get into it here shortly. We got Zach, Scott, and Wolfgang, of course, over there in the 3 seats. We got Carlos, Benham, Josh, and LGZ seated at the moment, and a couple of empty seats that will be filled before you know it, I'm sure. So yeah, welcome in everybody, and thank you so much for tuning in here on this Tuesday evening as we are about to get hand number one underway. I just got back from the big series out in Biloxi, and unfortunately did not come back with any hardware or more money than I went there with. Pretty tough sledding out there. But,
yeah, a lot of folks went out there that you guys all came back winners, but not everybody can win, dang it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did see quite a few folks from Texas. You know, a lot of the regulars here on the tournament scene here in the Texas the Texas streets. And a couple of folks had some decent runs, but no one that I recognized really went super deep or won anything. But yeah, big congratulations to Will Ortley. Just
I got a straight flush draw.
crushed the main. Take it down with a three-way chop. Really nice guy, good player. We ended up battling a lot over the course of the week. And watching the updates, and was able to see that he came away with the win. So really happy for the guy. Young man with not a lot on the Hendon mob, but now pretty good 216K score.
Oh, yeah. Well, looks like we had a little bit of a sweat. Somebody flopped quads on our PLO flip, and we were looking for a 3 of diamonds on the river for a possible straight flush to give that old nasty beat, but instead the quad 5s do what they normally do. They hold, and our first winner is going to be our 8th seed over there. It's going by LGZ.
All right. All right, looks like our first chatter here this evening, Mr. David Bayou. How's it going?
Make sure you give enough action.
Tell him what he won for being the first chatter, Aaron.
He won negative 10,000 TCH Live loyalty points.
He wins a high five for sure. Thanks for joining us, David.
So what are you, a Lions
Also one of those.
fan? So what are you, a Lions fan? I got the number 1 seed. Oh, it's recording.
Bandwagon.
All right, let's get the hold'em
That's a high school.
Oh, it's the high school
going.
sponsors, right?
As it looks like.
No, it's not.
Am I seeing some new chips out there?
You are. We got new chips at TCH Dallas. They've got the Dallas logo on them.
Yeah,
Same colors, little variation, but same denominations. But yeah, the
we got a lot of money
$1,000
next year.
chips are actually going to look a little bit more like white chips. So we got to
We got, yeah,
be
7
careful there. Yeah, there you go. Skyline you can see on those chips. Pretty cool.
Very neat. Okay, so this is just like a super recent development, or is this in the
Yes.
last like week or two?
Just within the last couple of days, they put them out.
All right. Wow, putting those fresh new chips to work. It's always got to be, you know, interesting, like when you've been used to using a certain chipset and then they go to a brand new one. They're all slippery. They haven't gotten all greased up. And,
Yes.
you know, fingers all over them. So
The towers will even slide. You know, it's not even just shuffling the chips. The towers get a little little wishy-washy, but you know, we know that'll change within a month or so. Getting all of our sticky hands all over them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so as we take a peek here at the starting stacks, LGZ buying in a little bit light as compared to the rest of the table. Everyone else buying in for 5K. LGZ, after winning the flip, chipped up to a little over 3K. So we're going to do a little bit of the spin it up here. And we are playing 5, 10, and a quarter. Have not seen the 50 out there just yet, but give it time, and I'm sure it'll show up.
No doubt.
All right, Wolfgang here going to do the honors of opening the pot up to 75.
Yeah, my net high flush got beat by quad fives. You remember just now?
So how things been with you, by the way, as we get this hand underway?
And things are going great.
Yeah.
Been obviously doing a lot of commentary with our tournaments, with our boy RJ, and wishing you were here, but in your absence, we had a good time and had some good streams, some really good tournaments. Had some good action on the final table, so just having a lot of fun doing that, playing a little bit, but excited for that Trailblazer tour. The schedule is out starting next week on the 21st, and there's already some satellites going on, so just kind of enjoying this start of the year with work and poker, both combined. It's been a fun month so far.
Very good. Glad to hear it, man. All right, so we are going to go heads up to a flop here. Josh getting tangled up there with Wolfgang.
I was supposed to be here last week, but I got stuck.
1700 goes in pre-flop, and Wolfgang here is going to put out a C bet. Looks like 450, 550, about 1/3 pot, and Josh is just done with it.
That's probably the only. Yeah.
So jealous.
Poker Monkey joining us in the chat. Riley Angel and Susan as well. Welcome to the stream, y'all.
That's right, the lovely Susan. Hope you're doing well out there. She likes to play in a lot of our tournaments. No doubt she'll be firing at some of these Trailblazer events. Hope to see you out there, Susan.
Yeah, I'm definitely planning on being up there for them. So
Heck yeah.
Let's go ahead and see if I have a good graphic to put up here. Here we go.
There we
So
go.
we got the 400K guaranteed, $365 buy-in, as well as the title event, $800 buy-in, Millie guaranteed. Of course, we got 21 events over the course of that couple of weeks there, January 21st through February 3rd. Going to be played at both locations up there, TCH Dallas and Las Colinas. So yeah, lots of action. Definitely looking forward to being up there to try to get my hands on some of that. Hopefully be at a final table instead of calling the action, but we shall see.
Absolutely, you and me both. Hoping we need to find a replacement for
that would be
commentary,
awesome, right?
wouldn't it? Oh my God, that'd be awesome. We could get maybe Danny Marks or somebody here just telling me how bad I play. That's okay, because you know when you're on the final table, I don't think you care too much.
Nah, if you play bad and get to an FT, then more power to you, you know. All right, pair of threes here for Wolfgang is best, but LGZ is doing the betting. It shows Carlos in the hand, but that is not the case. It is Z-Fish in the hand.
That card was better for you.
And LGZ here just going to get this one through with the 9 high, continued aggression, good enough.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
That's a beautiful part of the world.
And yeah, I'm not too sure how I feel about all the white on the chips, right? Like, when you see a stack of them, you're like, yeah, those are red chips, right?
Yep.
But then when you look straight down on it,
Overhead, it's
really
really tough.
there's not a ton of red on it, right? It's mostly white. I'm a little bit torn about that one. I need to see them right, you know, in person, I think, to really make a judgment. But
Yeah.
part of me
In person they
doesn't
look awesome,
like
but over this overhead top view is going to be tricky at first, but I'm sure we'll get it down here. That's why we got our production trackers to let us know what the bets are, because if you and I start guessing, as we're getting used to these, we may
all the way
be a
to
little off.
Saint Tropez for the day, and then I drove back. It was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
And was it the same day you did it?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, good to have Scott back in our seat too, and of course Wolfgang Poker, Mr. WPT Global, I think sponsorship now, and you know, friend of the chat, been on our stream several times before. Love having him on, love watching his reels and shorts. So glad to have Wolfgang Poker back on, and of course Sam Queso will be on here in just a little bit. He's not made it to the table yet. That'll be him in the 9 seat.
You went in April? Do you remember?
Lucas, those are good chips for the whole room.
The only 2 international trips I did this year for poker was that and then Barcelona.
Brand new chips hitting the felt here, just at the Texas Card House location, right?
Yeah, just this TCH Dallas location.
First time like for poker, and it was.
Las Colinas already had their own chippies.
But dude, it gets so freaking crowded. Like the tourism in Barcelona.
All right, so Zach did the squeezing here from the button with the ace deuce, took it up to 275. LGZ made the call after being the original opener.
I don't like
275, and here we are now on the turn. Zach
Carlos blacklisted you from
going to continue barreling this hand. I think it's pretty fine. He has the ace of spades, so if he does peel off another spade, he can rep it, and there it is. Does also pair the 10, but LGZ is the one who has the queen, and Zach didn't actually even take any time there, just quickly gave it up on the end. And I wonder if, you know, the all-in 1.5x pot overbet there with the ace of spades blocking, it crossed his mind at all, or, you know, just like board pair and the straight's already out there, like, nah, I'm just not going down this road.
Yeah, we'll have to get some more information on our 8 seat there. LGZ. And that is definitely not Sam Queso coming in the 9. So I know I recognize the face there. We'll see who that is filling in for Mr. Sam. I was looking forward to watching Sam Queso tonight, though. He's had a couple of big hits on another stream in Texas down there in the Austin area. I saw him playing in, so I was hoping he'd get on here and continue some of that great run good we've seen. But Sam Queso puts out some really good content too. Check him out, Sam Queso Poker. Sorry, we're gonna miss you tonight, brother.
200.
And what do you think about Scott's little folding chair?
Towley, yeah. A little Towley over there. He loves the South Park stuff. That's a little larger one.
Yeah, it kind of obscures his cards a little bit. I mean, of course, we're looking at it from the top-down view, so it may be a little bit less.
Look at this action flop already on hand number 6, Aaron.
Yeah, this is
nasty.
You better bring a towel for this. You're gonna need it.
I wish I could fold.
He said, "I wish I could fold." Benham knows it.
All right, well, Benham here needs a one-outer.
See how much you do that. I'm gonna give you pictures.
And going to the river, still needs that 7 of clubs, and does not come. Sure enough, set over set. You do not see that every day, which is good, because if you saw that every day, you'd probably
want to quit this game.
Dangerous thoughts, yeah. But yeah, when it does happen, it just feels gross. You're like, come on, man.
It's gonna be a good night.
It's got to be set up. Only way to
All right, well, we got Zach bringing the energy tonight in our 1 seat. He's excited, just as a spectator of that crazy hand. Yeah, $10,000 pot. Start the night here. Only on hand number 7. My man Felipe there is in the box doing some dealing. He's also one of our tournament directors. Does a great job at pretty much everything he does. So shout out to Felipe. Bringing the heat already.
All right, so yeah, with the new chips and everything, we're gonna have to do a little bit of inventory here to get everything counted down correctly.
If I slow play, then the turn freezes everything.
And
No, well, Mally said there was seat open, but
yeah, we're gonna make sure that you know
yeah, but I think I
Venom was covered or wasn't. It looks like he was not, so he's gonna get to keep $70 from his stack, and then I think he'll probably toss that yellow chip across the way
Is that fine if I just leave this and take 350?
to try and.
And then, or no, I let you do that. I'm making it. Let's.
Well, all right. So I guess we're just going to ship all of these chips over rather than try to do the math on how to break it down. As Carlos has got plenty of 1Ks in his pocket. And there we go. Ooh, the pretty little blue ones
But not in a long time. Been
out on the felt.
a couple years, probably. Yeah. I can stop playing. I'm so cold, I have to be real careful.
Alvin Teaches Poker does see that every day. Well, okay. Set over set every day.
And that's because Alvin teaches poker, so he sees it every day. If not, he probably has a bad beat story from one of his students
Hey, I'll take that.
coming across. What's going on, Alvin?
Sounds good to me.
Nikki, baby, that's my question too, man. Maybe the gentleman that put his chips down in seat 9 realized Sam was coming back in, so maybe we will have Sam Queso after all.
Need to change, buddy.
Yeah, we had a quick down and then back up, didn't we?
Yeah.
So,
We got word that he was running maybe a little behind, and I think the player thought that meant he could come in, and I think Sam said, no, 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 that's my spot. So hopefully Sam will be here shortly. Like I said, I want to see if his run good continues.
On the Choctaw?
What, this weekend? I might give it a shot.
Come on, man. Come on. Build up that
You're
price a
going?
little bit. I have to defend my. That's how's the Danny Marks.
Talked to a buddy of mine that's played on our stream before just a little bit ago, David Benitez, and he just had a session this weekend. He ran up one buy-in in a 1-2 game to 10K. I was like, man, that is some run good. Love hearing stories like that, though.
Have you gotten close?
that is.
10K in a $500 buy-in game. Yes, sir.
How's it going, man?
Yeah.
2-1 chip lead. One I got second.
Yeah, must be nice. All right, onwards and upwards. Z-Fish here 3-betting from the small blind takes it up to a
I just know how to
75.
Go for it.
LGZ over here with one of those hands where you're perfectly fine opening
Good call.
because you've got good opportunities to make a very strong hand if you make a flush. But when you get 3-bet,
I
yeah,
go
you just
to
let it go.
Lahaina.
No
We
big
have a
deal.
condo there. How about yourself? Are you?
I've been there a couple times. Really like to go back. Stayed in
Listening to the
proper.
boys talk about Maui. Z-Fish loves to rock that Maui hat. I think I just heard him say he's got a condo in Maui, so may have to holler at him, Aaron, see if we can get some discounted rates in the family condo.
You go there, you disconnect.
Hell yeah.
I mean, everything. You can hike.
I've never been to Hawaii.
I have not either.
Would love to go check it out,
Yeah.
and I've heard good things, but yeah, it's kind of
Absolutely.
a long ways off, and I just haven't had an opportunity quite yet.
I'm sure I can find it again.
You can straddle there, though.
It'll be like Hawaii 5-0 though, like
we all doing the
the
50
Yakuza.
It's not mandatory.
Oh, okay.
Next time I'll get it.
Next.
Sorry.
Can you straddle in Maui?
Man, no, I don't. There's no poker over there.
If you're shirtless, I've heard that's improved there.
I think you do a little bit more paddling than straddling in Maui.
Things raising.
Yeah, this doesn't play that.
Let's put it into the test.
Absolutely, hoping for some Wolfgang bang tonight. Those stickers he loves to give out after he stacks somebody.
You caught me.
Thank you so much.
Not interested in playing the 10-8 of hearts there. Cutoff versus button. I think that's definitely a hand that you can call it some frequency. Now, I also understand just getting out of the way and not bothering, just move on to the next hand. But yeah, I kind of like playing those suited one gappers, right? Like if you do make a hand it's going to be sort of disguised as it's sort of bottom of range, and your opponent won't necessarily give you credit for straights and flushes. With some, you know, if there's some bigger flush cards out there. But anyways, does just let it go.
Oh, he's taking his 1-2 seed.
Tammy just got back from Maui. Wow, all right.
Nice.
Let's go. Glad to hear it was amazing. Spectacular stuff. Going to Hawaii. And is this the time of year to do it? I'm not too sure exactly, but
yeah, the other question, of course, is how did Maui look after the horrible fires that they went through a year or so ago? They started that rebuilding process, or is the island big enough to where that's not an area that you really visit anyway? Curious.
Wolfgang, yeah, Alexander Wolfgang.
all right, Zach here flopping second pair and some backdoor opportunities is going to stick around with a call. There is a 6 of spades bringing in potential for the backdoor flush. Josh now slows it down with a check. And I think Zach here, yeah, it's like he can represent certain things here, but can also just sort of try to get to showdown with the second pair. And that is the route we're headed. Josh going to take this one down with the flopped pair of aces for a small profit.
I did talk to Josh a little bit before the stream kicked off. He's been on obviously before. I know you guys who have watched him play have enjoyed him. He's from Kentucky, so not a Texas local, but he said he was actually going to be going down to Houston pretty soon and play with none other than Johnny Chan.
That way I can call 250.
So that was a really cool story, and I hope to hear more about that on his next visit up. He said he may come back up for our tournament series.
Very cool. All right, Wolfgang going to go ahead and add on 4K, as this is a match the stack game. Start off with a cap at 5K, and then match the stack up to the big stack after that. Of course, with Scott chipping up with that cooler against Benham, everyone has the opportunity to chip up. Benham here is not all in for $30. He has 5K plus back there, and we just don't have it in the system.
There we go.
I'd rather take the money than like the trophy, but for me, the banner is probably worth it. If I was heads up or like 3 ways, I would do a chop where I gave more money to the other people in order to take. Just say I won the tournament. Oh yeah. I don't think like I would go under the whatever the ICM like nerdy shit is to win. I think they would take it too.
That's funny from the Wolfgang there. The ICM nerdy shit. God, another nasty spot here for Benham. He and Zach both with trip 7s.
If I offer a ton of money.
I mean, so yes, it's pretty gross, but the chances are pretty good that Benham is going to chop this pot. Obviously, there are plenty of cards under an 8 that can still come that don't pair the board. I mean, we've got a 6, a 4, and a deuce, so it is possible that that 8 will be kicking. But obviously, yeah, it's not a great spot to be in with the undercard. None, you know, no matter how you slice it. And with Carlos doing the initial betting, Benham raising, yeah, Zach here is just going to 3-bet stuff it in, which I think just makes sense, right? If he ever does have something like the combo draw, maybe 8, 9 of diamonds or whatnot, right? You're just stuffing it. You're never like getting cute with some sort of in-between bet. So puts it in, Benham makes a call, and we are off to the races.
I wouldn't take a deal like 9-handed.
See if we chop this up or if someone takes it.
The only deal that for me personally,
Benham says, once again, I can't fold. Gets it in there.
I need to have the name that I
Needs
want.
another card over an 8.
I want to play for it.
That'll work.
For me, winning the thing, the publicity is worth
Chop it
more
up.
than the money.
Yeah, long term.
So no way I'm going to get like...
I think you helped speak that into existence. I was a little bit more on the downside, the Debbie Downer side there. And you realizing that there were so many opportunities to chop there, and Benham does indeed get a chop. Doesn't have to go back into the well after another pretty dirty flop for his hand.
I'm not going to play 4 days to like...
Yeah, I mean, 3 full cards that can show up, and and make that 8 play, but yeah, it's still relatively low probability. So
No, I agree with you. For that banner, it's gonna be
yeah,
tilted.
good spot there for both players to get it all in and then just chop it up.
So you get a banner there.
All right, well, it looks like we got a lot of Wolfgang fans in the chat.
A main, yeah.
Couple
Any
Hoptown
WPT
Josh
main,
fans.
WSOP main here.
Let us know if you got another friend or
WPT would
or
be
foe,
cool.
maybe even
I'll probably be able
playing
to
tonight.
Yeah,
We're still waiting on that 9 seat, which I think will be Sam Queso.
It's just bigger, a little bit
But
bigger.
Carlos and Benham there in our 5 and 6 seats. Definitely some staples of this Dallas room.
Just depends. I mean, last year, I think.
Yeah, and Z-Fish, you know,
Yeah.
in the weeks prior to me heading off to Biloxi to go play, he had really been bringing it in the, the last few weeks of streams, opening up the range substantially, putting in the 3 bets, the 4 bets, just getting nasty with it. It was a real pleasure to see. So we'll see if we get another night of Z-Fish spiciness. Won't get it here in this hand. Zach doing the 3 betting from the big blind with the suited king-queen, and Benham is done with his cutoff open.
I asked Z-Fish tonight, Aaron, before the stream. I said, "Are you on Instagram or anything so I can tag you when we're putting up our flyers and advertisement for the stream?" He's like, "Oh no, I don't do social media. I'm too old for that shit." I said, "Man, I feel you. I'm a little bit of a social media whore, but
For the final 6.
I said you are a smart man." But he's definitely one of our staples here at TCH Live. Of course, he's been playing on some other streams in Texas lately, and just loves getting out there. And we love having him on because he's always a lot of fun. Seems he's always involved in some of our biggest hands, so love having Z-Fish around.
Heck yeah.
I shouldn't be laughing.
All right, Carlos here with a couple of jacks. Open under the gun, and Benham straight away puts in the 3-piece.
2 aces and a king gone.
And Z-Fish gonna cold call the 3-bet here with the pocket 8s. Definitely one of those hands that sits on the border there of like, do we just ditch this or do we make the cold call and hope that we don't get 4-bet out of the hand? Does stick around and flops an overpair, but is behind against the jacks for Carlos. Benham quickly checks it back. He's like, no, I can't beat 2 of y'all.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Z-Fish here with a natural probe, still with the overpair and the gut shot now on the turn. Tries to set a price where he can see a river for the 575 and maybe, just maybe get some value, but unlikely against 2 players, I think, in this configuration. I mean, always possible, but, sort of going to be the lower probability event that he has the superior pair at this point, especially when he gets called by Carlos after the turn. And the front door heart flush draw does come through. See if Z-Fish goes for a little block with 2,500 in the middle. Something like 500 makes some sense, but he is going to go a little bit larger.
It's really difficult to tell the colors there, man. Sheesh.
Yeah, 950 from Z-Fish there. Really just, I guess, trying to get paid by E7 suited and I guess just a sticky ace-king that has a heart or something that just doesn't give him credit for something. I'm a little bit, I love seeing players go for bigger value in spots where a traditional block is more like, well, traditional. And really kind of pushing the boundaries in spots like that. Z-Fish, I think, of all the players at this table that I've had the pleasure of watching at a consistent kind of level, he's definitely the guy to do that. So not surprised that he goes for the bigger bet, but does not work out for him.
Yeah, Carlos very often known to limp in with his big pairs, queens, jacks, and he actually opened that one. So Z-Fish may have thought a little bit about who he was playing against in that situation. as these players play weekly together.
All right, single raise pot here, a couple of 10s for Benham. Gonna get out flopped with the jack high board here. Gut shot for LGZ and the king of spades working. So everybody's got a little bit going on here, but the board pairing deuce of diamonds here on the turn, really giving Carlos a strong hold on this pot. Benham gonna stick around with no equity, as apparently he does not have another 10 left in the deck. LGZ in there as well and drills it on the end. Queen of spades for the king high straight. The overcard and the flush completing card though, not gonna get LG. Wait, he checks back?
Flush boat somehow on his mind, I guess.
Oh, very surprised at that. With the king of spades in hand, I think you have a mandatory bet, and if you go large, then you can charge all of the, you know, like hands that improved with the queen. And obviously, if they have a flush and they're going to check raise you, like you're probably going to fold if you get raised. But if the bigger you go, the more easily you can fold. So yeah, I would have liked a big bet there on the end with the king high straight. Interesting.
The girl in the show, which I can say because she's not actually like 18, she's really in real life. I think she's like 28. That girl.
Oh, that sounds fantastic, Tammy. Okay, I will try to commit that to the memory banks.
Her sister
Hopefully.
Awesome.
was on the Bachelor.
Yeah, thank you for that info.
Do you know about this?
No.
Oh, her
Kicker
sister
Problems
was
in
on
the chat says Happy Tuesday all.
franchise. When Colton was on
I know who Cole
yeah, so she
Bottom pair here
ended
for
up getting with
LGZ.
Colton,
Benham with an up and
then
downer.
Colton became gay.
And Benham is going to go for the check raise.
That's the one that, so that
And he'll get it.
Cassie is her sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
She as hot as the other one.
Attractive.
Not me. I won't play with. I won't
Yeah.
Like having our restream software back up, we can see how many folks are currently tuned in. We've got just under 340 of y'all tuning in so far via Facebook and YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and X. So if you're a first timer, smash that like button and hit subscribe so you can get notifications when we're doing live streams, which TCH does pretty much every day of the week.
Yeah.
There's some sort of live stream from one of our locations. We've got 6 locations throughout the state of Texas. Thank y'all again for joining us. Hope to have an action-packed night for y'all.
Yeah, so far so good. We've had set over set and a couple of hands that have been played with an interesting approach. Carlos here, waking up with the Black Cowboys. Going to make it 200 to go over the limp from LGZ. Josh and LGZ are sticking around, so 3 players going to look at a flop here. And a dangerous one. Jack high, 2 hearts here for LGZ. Carlos with the overpair.
I like that 1920.
And yeah, gonna come out firing big. I like this. Carlos, get your value while you can. Any heart comes off and it's gonna change the texture very strongly. Got a 450 and a call. Here we go. Heads up now to a turn 5 of spades. Brilliant card here for Carlos.
That's real, man. That's real shit, dude.
That's survival, dude.
You ever been in that situation?
And now the effective stack 4.1,000.
You've never been the fall guy?
Put a bet of 11, 1,200 out there and go for the rest on the end. Pretty easy
That's our bread and butter.
line to take, and sure enough, just a smidge over 1,000.
What'd you say?
Is the bet Carlos settles on.
What'd you say?
It's way easier than spitting gambling. Just
And yeah, this is a pretty tricky spot if you're LGZ. I mean, top is just
According to TikTok.
really hard to fold, right? I mean, how many times do you get to a turn with top,
You just pull out
no
a wad of
flush,
cash.
and no
So,
like
when you go
real
to pay, like,
tangible
at a bar or
straight,
something
and you
instead of
just
credit
like
card,
let it go.
You just pull out a wad of like, it doesn't have
Not
to be
too
hundreds,
many
but
of
you
us
just pull out like a wad of 20s and
Trying
then you
that
do
fold
the
button, but LGZ lets it go, flops it down on the table as well to let Carlos know just how strong he thinks his hand is, and he is correct.
He is. Wow.
He showed up and he put like a wad of cash down at the,
I'm not sure I would be showing
that.
that.
Whatever Randy's club that he
You know?
Yeah,
Like
understand.
he's right,
He
and
like put a bunch of cash down. The worst thing
I think a lot of the other players at the table that have some experience with Carlos would probably be like, yeah, it's probably not a bad fold, but at the same time, if you let anybody know that you're folding top for that drive,
no, that place is like
that's what sets you up for getting pushed around.
We were both there, and it was hilarious. It was awesome. He got a little table, and like,
It's like, man, I love it. It's my favorite.
Obviously, Carlos is like, what the hell are you
I
doing?
usually don't like that.
You can't fold that.
That place is awesome.
Can't fold top there.
not so stuffy.
Trying to warm these things up.
And like, there's a band that plays, but they come out like every hour. It's not like they're playing for 5 hours straight. They come out like for 20 minutes and they go away.
Lego says no show.
No show
Yeah,
for Lego.
I don't know, man. I get like making big folds and letting people know that you were getting away from a big hand and whatnot. I mean, there is some psychological warfare there waged against Carlos, right? By showing it face up, he's like, no, dude. Like, I know how you play, and I'm gonna just fold here. Like, you're not gonna get the value that you want with your overpair. I mean, but what Carlos should do with that psychological warfare is turn it right around and be like, okay, you give me credit for big hands. Anytime I'm heads up against you, I'm gonna just like pot it and see, you fold your entire range, because if you're folding top there, what good hands do you have, right?
I can't tell.
So
Okay, actually, I'll tell you. But
let's get after it.
Come on.
I've never wanted to
You're gonna be the Harvey Marco?
What's Harvey's markup?
Yeah, dude, I trained Harvey.
Unfortunately, I know exactly what it is.
It's like
1.3.
you give him $1,000.
I mean, not in this. He won't sell in this thing. But like if he plays like
40% on it.
I have bad luck mistaken.
$50 straddle. Coming out here.
There we go.
No, the rule is if
Knew it was going to come out eventually.
No, I mean, yeah.
otherwise you're screwed.
If you're a winning 2-5 player, you're winning in chocolate. Like you're plus EV in chocolate, in my opinion.
What should be my 4-bet range?
Not a 4-bet yet.
Straddle, so that's
It's funny when like a seasoned player says something like that that's a little bit silly.
And everyone calls him out on it at the table.
Yeah, like, what are you talking about, man? It's not a 4-bet.
that's kind of bad time.
He wins nonetheless.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I know Carlos looked at him like, 4-bet. What are you talking about? Jackwagon.
So how much you're in and taking?
That's a good question. No.
Oh,
Made it.
All right.
Live from at the Las Colinas location. So
no way.
We've never done a skate.
I did drive to the wrong one. And I was like, oh.
Wow, he drove to the wrong location.
This
Yeah.
isn't the lodge. You don't. You're not gonna win here.
I figured I have to end it now. So.
Can't straddle again.
Giving Sam a little hell, saying he's not going to win because this is TCH, not those other streams he plays on. But we shall see. Sounds like a challenge.
By the way.
Thank you, brother.
Sits down in the $25 straddle. So gonna get right into the action. Zach will take it up to 75 with 2-7.
That's the poker gods making fun of you right there. You're like, oh, we didn't straddle? Let's give him kings. Now he's gonna have to make it 3x out of the gun. Oh, he got failed. That's good. No, his punishment should have been call.
And Sam Queso, oh, never mind. It's LGZ doing the 3-betting. Had the action incorrect there on screen for a moment. And we've got a lot of middling pairs here.
I think I saw an 8-7 of hearts folded, so a lot of middling cards dealt in his hand.
You make the wrong turn and like.
All right, well, we've already seen set over set. Can we get a set over set over set?
What's up, Sam? What's up, brother?
We cannot. It's all over cards.
Put him on the thumbnail. He arrives late. It's like these celebrity Scott. It's like
Already getting away from it.
yeah.
I hit every red light. Got all the run bad out.
Wins like 30 grand. They put him on the thumbnail. He doesn't show up on time.
Well, that's prima donna.
Yeah. He'll learn.
I'll come when I feel like the guy. You know.
Always
Check.
a scare card there when you have the 9s, huh?
It is, but you can also just be up against a lot of sort of two-pair holdings now where you can get value, right? So I like the bet there from LGZ. And had the 3-bet sort of range advantage as well. So, yeah, really good spot there to go for a bet.
He's adding the 1,000. First time.
Got Oscar Alejandro and Pi Baden in the chat. Hope I didn't butcher that too bad. And Priya saying, what's up?
Josh, man, nice to meet you, buddy.
Hey man, I'm on.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. Well, a couple of orbits in, and Scott is currently the profiteer of the evening, up at 4,700. Nearly a buy-in after the set over set against Benham, who is stuck the most. Doesn't show up on screen as we did not get his stack accurately reported when he rebought. So right now showing him as basically break even, but he is stuck a full buy-in. And Zach here going to just call from the straddle. Flops top pair, and his opponent a gut shot, so we can see some more chips go in here for sure. Josh continues for 2/3 and a quick call. And there is a queen now on the turn. Both players with a pair. This should slow Josh down a little bit, but no, he is going to continue firing, improves to second pair, and puts another wager of 200 out there.
Quick flick from Zach there.
King.
10
King.
is a good card for Zach. Decides not to lead the river.
King good.
Check.
This is what the golf world's coming to. Playing that virtual.
Casey joining us in the chat as well. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us.
Howdy, howdy.
Pretty sweet. Like a badass version of Hot Stroke, too.
See the knit buttons just yet, but we might get the knit game going here at some point.
They contain the crowd. It's always just what there wants, though.
Did you watch the Monday night game last night?
I did. I was up here actually goofing off and played in the little Monday night tournament we have. We have a rebuy tournament that they put together, short buy-in, but it actually still had a 3K plus first place prize for, you know, you could have bought in for just $60 and run that sucker up, but it's a add-on and rebuy tourney.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just goofed off, watched the game, bought in for 60, and made a decent run, just not into the money, but got to watch the game and have fun and play some cards. It was a good time. But yeah, that game was a good time for everybody but Vikings fans, and poor Sam Darnold running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, playing at home, the number 2 seed, right? Like, had a chance to lock up a bye. At the end of the season, they're playing the Lions, And obviously that game did not go as they wanted it to, but still, it's like, okay, you lose to an in-division rival who's fighting for the #1 seed. Like, okay, you take a beat down like that, it's fine. You know, right the ship, take on the 7 seed at home. First week of the playoffs, we'll bring it and, you know, get back to business. Hell no, dude. They got smoked.
They did.
Abysmal. All right, a little bit of a rough spot here for Benham as both players have top pair. Benham does have some backdoor club possibilities. They do not come true on that Queen of Spades turn. Sam Queso here still well out in front. And Benham, the effective stack under an SPR of 2. We'll see how Sam wants to approach this. He's going to check. And this is pretty spicy. That will inspire Benham to put one of those blue 1Ks out there, announcing a bet of 800. Lucas says that game was rigged. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, it was not pretty, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of talk was about LA and that they were going to have to play in Arizona instead of having a home game, but did not seem to affect them at all.
So a check call here from Sam Queso with the ace-king. SPR now under 1. And he's going to check again. And I think Benham here should just take his showdown.
Last time we had like a bunch of guys, like Jesse was up there, like Trick
Pretty much 100% of the time.
All in. Wow.
Sam Queso here seemingly distressed by this, but I'm not sure what he's concerned about. Just getting run down by the queens? Like queen just gives his opponent trips or full house or something?
Well, yeah, everybody should do it.
6s, 3s. I mean, I'm calling, I think, regardless. If somehow you hit runner, queen, or you flopped a set, I think I'm paying you off here.
Yeah,
maybe it's just the uncomfortable spot of just having a player jam into you, but it's, at some point it's just like your hand is just too good to fold here.
Yeah, I think not only Benham, but I think the rest of the players that are paying attention to this hand are going to think that this is a slow roll when the cards end up on their back, presuming that Sam Queso makes the call here. Now, as you said, of course, like a player going all in into your effectively just one pair hand is, you know, always potentially concerning and whatnot, but yeah, I just, okay, there's the call. Ace king. Yeah, Benham here very sad there. I mean, unclear if he was trying to get Sam Queso to fold a better hand, like ace-10 or ace-jack, like maybe, but he knows that if he gets called, he's going to lose, right? So it just, yeah, it's a bluff.
Yeah, they did accuse him down there at the other end of the table of maybe a little bit of a nit roll. And he threw out a couple hands. I think he said king, queen of clubs, you know, some of those hands that, you know, maybe he got run down by, but yeah, little monsters under the bed early on. You know, he got here a little late and didn't know if he wanted to stack off right away, but ended up processing it, just realizing his hand was a little too strong. And I'm going to add on full 10K here.
You didn't do it at the lake house,
And yeah, that's just unfortunate there for Benham getting after it with the ace-9. I mean, I think I'm just taking the more cautious route there. It's like, you know, ace-9-0 is just like super bottom of range. Yes, you have top pair, but your 9 is kicking. So like, yeah, you're just gonna get shown like ace-10, ace-jack sometimes, and just be like really kind of grumbly about how you got into that spot. But
no, to where you can't lose.
yeah, to try to attack that instead and try to get it to fold is also challenging.
You
Very
forgot
much
to
so.
leave the 2 from the
Miss Mallory
Yes.
joining us in the chat. Shout out to Mallory for putting together another hell of a lineup. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Sassy, I think, hits the nail on the head there. Playing on stream, wanting to play well, not make any mistakes. But I mean, you know, top pair, top kicker on a board like that. If you you call off with ace king and lose, I don't think anyone is gonna give you a hard time. All right, pocket sixes and a flush draw here for Wolfgang. Josh with now 2 pair on the turn. Straight draw, flush draw even for Wolfgang, as an 8 would bring home the straight. But Josh here, undeterred by the monotone nature of that flop, is going to put in the raise, makes it 500. And with this kind of intermediate combo draw, Wolfgang now has a decision to make, and he's going to settle on fold.
Not hand, not hand. Thank you, Sassy, for chiming in once again. She's watching from Idaho. Her and the Mighty Hammer are up there. Hope y'all are staying warm.
Yeah, hell, if we got a cold front coming through Texas, chilling things out in the coming week, I bet it's going to be real chilly up there.
Oh, show.
Yeah, how'd you enjoy all that, that snow that you guys got up there?
Man, it was okay. The dog loved it. She got to play in it a little bit. Miss Hazel Pants was running around, having some fun, but thankfully it didn't stay on the ground very long and was gone before you know it. But I love seeing all the people posting all their pictures and videos of sledding and doing stuff with their kids and snowmen. So that was fun to just sit back and watch that while I stayed warm, sipping on my hot coffee indoors. Yeah, but yeah, having a nice day off where I didn't have to drive in, it was nice.
All right, a couple of overcards here for Carlos, but Zach connecting with the jack. Top for him, LGZ bottom pair. Uncomfortable backdoor straight opportunities.
I think I might pop the Triton cherry.
But for the low price of 450 and in position, LGZ is going to make the call. This should probably deter Carlos from sticking around, as if it folds back to him, he may decide to peel one off with the king-queen there, I think, but heads up we go. 7-3 against ace-jack, no improvement for the 7-3.
I don't do drugs or take Xanax or anything, but I think I might have to, like, somehow get one of those for that play.
That's a long.
And for some reason, it's showing LGZ as being. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Zach just made the call with the ace-jack. It was LGZ betting that flop. For some reason, I had it completely backwards in my head. The ace-jack was betting it. 7-3 was calling.
If I did Xanax with a beer, I'll fall asleep. Probably.
But here we go. Zach now check 2. He'll put in the wager of 850.
I don't watch a lot of movies.
Well, Big Raj, we'll let you know here in just a moment how you can get in touch with Mallory. She'll be happy to get you in the lineup for our upcoming streams. Let's see how LGZ feels about this bet of 850 now with the bottom pair.
I was gonna go with
No ability to really improve, right? You can't make a straight, you can't make a flush. Best case scenario is you drill a 3 or maybe a 7. And if you are ahead and you call now and your opponent goes all in on the river, do you want to call again on some sort of blank if you look in river cards.
Not like Monday or Tuesday, but
He's
if
kind
you
of
go, like,
smiling,
Thursday, Friday,
giving a lot of
all
body
those
language
players are
away
playing
here.
At least like a deep 2-5.
Definitely thinking about calling with a super weak holding.
I had 3,500.
Yeah, which
At 3,500.
you said there clearly,
though,
the river
Yeah.
going to leave him
Like,
with
I
an even
wasn't
bigger
running that
decision
good, it was
if
mostly just, like,
his hand doesn't improve.
chips moving around. You know?
Yeah, I
Like,
almost wonder if this is more, you know, with the body language and everything, a thought of like, well, should I just go all in? You know? But does, after all of that, settle on the call. And yeah, he's really kind of given away that he is a little bit uncomfortable with this hand. Does make the call, though, and we go to a river another 9. And yeah, top pair, top kicker on this run out is very strong. I think we should see an all-in 4 value from Zach. And then the question will be back over to LGZ. Oh, excuse me. No, LGZ is going to go all in.
He shipped it and got the snap from Zach. Not what I expected, Aaron. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, not what I expected at all. It's kind of the exact opposite of how you would think to play a 3 here, right? If you're just going to call the turn, it's because you think you're ahead. And if you're ahead, then jamming the river, like your opponent is only going to have like high cards, right? And they can't call, right? So
yeah,
you don't get called by a worse hand. And if you were going to bluff, then you probably should have bluffed the turn. I don't know, just a very curious hand there.
Yeah, unless he some weird sort of reverse psychology with, you know, with the painful call there on the turn, like you've got a set of 6s or something. I don't know, just maybe thought he was just going to barrel that through and get Zach to fold, you know, maybe a weak jack or a 6 for some reason. But Zach had the goods and did not hesitate at all to pull that trigger. Well, here you go, Big Raj. You were asking about how to get on this stream so you can have somebody bluff big into you. There you go. Contact Miss Mallory. Scan that QR code. Shoot her a text. She'll probably ask you some information about who you are and what kind of stakes you want to play. But she specifically does the TCH Live Dallas, Texas stream.
I was just thinking.
Yeah, back to that hand there, Aaron. That shove was just not what I expected, man.
It's hard to have a queen.
Yeah, now he does, you know, have some 9s at some frequency, right? So picks up the pair of 9s, now has second pair and sort of in a tough spot to make the call, but then just like drills trips and it was like, oh, well, I better go all in so a jack doesn't check back. That part of the story could be credible, but taking a 3 and I don't know, maybe a 3 is actually a good card to do it with. I just really don't know. That whole sequence was just a little bit confounding to me, but I mean, if he's going to try to rep the 9, it actually makes sense.
It was a slow roll, but I also
Anyways.
thought that I'd be chopping with the guy on the button. So
Jacks.
I might be calling just a chop as well. I probably took too long. I was like, yeah, I'd never been up there.
Yeah, they're brutal.
Uncharted territory. But on the blog, it was like straight low.
Ace 10 of
Yeah, because those are your loyals, right?
Yeah, but then the lodge, they were
No, those are just like people that want to see crazy shit. Yeah.
I was like, wow, dude.
King 10 off.
Because to them, like, Nick is their hero, right? Because he gives
All right,
so much
well,
action.
Andy and Sassy are playing footsie over there in the chat, saying hello to each other. What's going on, Andy?
Yeah,
It's like a crime to them.
as
You know?
if we haven't played together 1,000 times. I'm like, God.
Couple stacks now in the 10K range. Sam Queso got almost 10K in his stack, as does Scott.
Right. Or like they
Yeah,
watch
both
like 3 hands, they went down in the comments like
recipients
you
of
do
Venom's
sometimes, right? And then you see everyone talking about that hand, and then they scroll to the end.
That's the most watched clip for sure. Me taking for 3 minutes.
All right, folds to Wolfgang here on the button. He'll get to open with Jack 10-0.
Wow, you really are out to get me today.
Venom will defend from the quarter straddle. Josh will defend from the $50 straddle. And 3 players to the flop.
So Wolfgang can go and be like, damn.
He won't, that clip will never be seen. No.
It'll be deleted. I'll spill water on my hard drive. Yeah.
Oh, man.
little bit of something for everyone here. Bottom pair for Josh, top pair for Benham, and a gutty backdoor clubs for Wolfgang. And with the range betting lead, he will go ahead and take a stab with a C-bet. Josh out of there with the bottom pair. And no improvement for the Jack-10. We'll see if Wolfgang wants to keep his foot on the gas here. Going to be plenty of Queen X in Benham's calling range, which you can get to fold with a size up here now on the turn. And that is indeed what it looks like we're gearing up for. 750 looks to be the wager. Life is good, Andy. Welcome to the stream, man. Good to have you. Top pair for Benham. Not going anywhere just yet. And Wolfgang here going to pull up the hoodie a little bit as we go to a river, and it is gin card here for Wolfgang, and the run bad here for Benham just gets worse. When he faces a third barrel, though, it's going to be a little bit like, you've kind of run out of bluffs, because for Wolfgang to get to the river here and bluff with a hand that ace-5 beats, he would kind of have to be turning a king into a bluff, right? Like king-10 or king-jack, and it's an overbet as well, nearly 2x. And yeah, it's just going to be a little bit too big for Wolfgang to get paid. And I guess he wants to show maybe the 10 of clubs, and he will. He will show the 10 of clubs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tough spot there for Benham. I think that king, like you said, really just going to help him out there.
Social game? 5-10?
Get away from his holding there. Your ace can obviously be beat the whole time, but yeah, when you're running bad, sometimes you want to get unstuck and make a call like that. But he makes the right decision and lays that ace-5 down.
I am curious what would have transpired had Wolfgang, instead of going for the big overbet, gone for
super small.
No, not super small, but just like 2/3 or 3/4.
Gotcha.
Right. Like, just make it look like more of a standard kind of value bet as opposed to a very polarizing one, right? Because if Wolfgang has like ace-king or something and has now top 2 pair, he actually like blocks a lot of the value, or excuse me, blocks a lot of the strong portion of his opponent's calling range just by having those cards, right? So you go too big and you kind of just like price out all the 1-pair hands, right? You kind of want to get called, so going for the little bit smaller size makes some sense just with a big portion of your range. So if he just had like 1 bet size and he's like, even though I rivered the nuts and like, unblock all of his strong holdings, maybe just going for a smaller size, right? Because that king is still, like as we were saying, just like a really bad card for Benham. So how does he respond to a smaller bet? Like, is he still able to get away from it? I don't know. Interesting.
Yep.
Fun spot.
Big turn card there for Z-Fish, and he barrels with that 7-high straight flush and gets the king high to fold. And Bill James joining us in the chat to remind us that, indeed, last Tuesday, Benham won $50,000 on our live stream. So big win last week for Benham, and his night is not off to a good start as he's down a good chunk so far, but the night is young. We're only 1 hour into our 5-hour stream.
Damn, 50K?
Yeah.
Did anybody else win, or did he just like clean the table?
There was a couple other winners, but he just cleaned up last week. Benham just, I mean, couldn't miss, and then was playing good, and bet sizings were good. I mean, he was just on one, no doubt about it.
Wow. All right. Well, maybe I'll have to go back and rewatch the VOD then.
Yeah, I need to upgrade mine because mine's like really heavy, and I've had it for like 5 years. At one point, it was the best one, but I've just kind of been complacent and haven't upgraded. I'm like an FX3 with like a 15. You know what your lens is? Your millimeters?
Yeah. So my buddy told me to get one that should be like for like universal. I need to say.
Easy one there for Zach. We'll move right along to our third full orbit.
Oh, no phones at the table.
Behind us.
Wolfgang helping us out with the Chick-fil-A rule, no cell phones at the table. Indeed, that is true. We're trying to make sure we keep the integrity of this game going here.
It just means the like the blurriness, like when you have like a really crisp shot.
Wow, Bill says he got Z-Fish for 27 in just one hand.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yep.
That must have been a monstrous pot.
But he won it while he went there with a bunch of the other fork members.
Was it just like a cooler or what?
I'll have to go back and remember it because we were going to make some highlights. There was some wild stuff.
Okay, nice. Wow. Sounds exciting.
Crazy. It's like a local celebrity now.
Yeah.
All right, some small suited aces here.
$1 million.
Now
It's like a regular at the
Jack
fort.
10 suited.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And Zach here gets to just close the action with the 10-8. Oh, so we'll go 4 players to a flop here.
That thing. Freaking the worst. You guys got the table. The main. Right after. 10K.
King high two-tone board. It is a double gut shot for Josh. Up and downer for Zach. Heart flush draw for Z-Fish. Somehow we check all the way through, and now it's a pair of 5s for Benham, which is somehow best hand.
That's right, set over set.
Ooh, set over set. Nasty.
For the 10K? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know you played that. Did you pull a seat or you just bought into it? Yeah, that's, I mean, that you're playing against people that trust. They sit there like this and they don't talk.
No, dude, my first table, everybody was talking. They were just having a blast. Probably one pro.
So you're like, oh, this is going to be fun.
It was phenomenal. I was doing great, and for the first 5 levels,
Bink.
I was there. Then they switched me tables, and it's probably 3 pros. And
Yeah, there it is for Zach. It's the beautiful offsuit 6. Now, probably would have preferred to hit the jack in his mind just because now there's a one-liner to a straight out there, and anybody with an 8 is going to have that straight. Now, the flip side of it is that some other poor schmuck that has an 8 is now going to get coolered by his higher straight, so he can get paid in a big way. As it stands, though, no one with a hand strong enough to make a call here. That is 1150. Z-Fish is already out of the hand, and we are just waiting for the action to get caught up.
That's why tournaments are brutal.
Josh certainly.
Most of the time you don't
Wow.
do anything. And
Oh,
a lot
wow.
of the time you
I was going
end
to
up
say he
putting
certainly
up
isn't going to call, but instead of call, he's going to go for the raise. Check raise to 2,700.
I don't know. I think
And Zach is like, yes, yes, yum, yum. You only have 1,700 left over there, but let's get it in there.
Yeah, Josh repping something like exactly what Zach has. Gotta love it when you're in that spot. All in and a snap fold from Josh.
Yeah, if you are going to bluff, though, you don't want to have a heart, you don't want to have a diamond, and you do want to have a 10. So, yeah, it all checks out. Just one of those low probability, spots where your opponent is willing to bet into multiple opponents with a board like that. They probably have an 8 and are probably not going to fold, but did go for it.
Too old now.
That shows heart. He's got that.
So I see another Michigander comment there in the chat from Tammy saying, go big blue. I know Wolfgang's a Michigan guy, but curious with the national title coming up with it being Notre Dame and Ohio State. If you're a big blue fan, who the heck do you root for? Because you hate both teams. I have a feeling, painfully, you're going to be rooting for Notre Dame, though, to knock off Ohio State.
He's so cringy. He says the exact same thing every vlog. It's like, wham!
Yeah, that sounds
He goes
pretty
like,
cool.
shut your mouth.
Hold on, man. I was gonna say bang, but you stole that. I said I was gonna start saying bang, but you stole that.
All right, 154 ways goes into the middle.
Now there's so many guys who just do the same thing like they do. Like
Flop.
you basically like created a
Eat
format.
7 queens, so 2 pair here for Josh.
I like when people do like they add a little bit of their own personality to it.
For sure.
Then I like I'm like okay,
You need to make it
like
different.
here's the template, but then you just add like your own, your own spice.
For sure.
And then there's
Mariano's got his own spice.
well no, he doesn't even do shorts. I just mean specifically.
Oh, you mean
shorts.
just shorts?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just copied.
most people do.
There's some funny ones.
That's the goal.
I'm trying new stuff.
AI voice.
Yeah, I'm posting like memes.
I've seen the memes.
I
that you've
saw
posted.
those. Those are funny.
That's just
I
They're
saw the
getting
one
good
today.
views and a ton of shares. Like the last one I posted got 11 or 12,000 shares.
awesome.
Crazy.
Is that just all you that comes up with that stuff?
Wolfgang and Sam Queso kind of talking a little bit about content. If you're not familiar with Wolfgang Poker, definitely check him out. He puts a lot of cool shorts out. I remember a few years ago he was in our room kind of recording himself via selfie video, and he's got an editor now, and obviously he's part of WPT, got a club in Fort Worth, and doing just big things. So shout out to Wolfgang Poker, and thankful he still wants to come in and have a good time and play with these guys on our stream. Glad to have him back on.
Looking for some
Yeah.
tournament buying.
Speaking of Wolfgang, he is going to raise. He tries to put some red chips in there and make it $60,
He's
which
playing
is
GTO,
not
the
allowed.
60 Open. He's been in the lab.
This guy's good.
Well, actually, now the real good players are doing min raises.
Oh, yeah.
So this is actually probably not bad.
There's the tournament trend.
Learned that in Monte Carlo.
So Wolfgang clicks it up incidentally to $50. Z-Fish is like, well, I have 4 deuce suited, so I'll 3-bet you, reopen the pot, see if you want to get after it. But Wolfgang does not, neither does Benham or Josh, but they're happy to get in there, and we've got a battle of the suited junk. And it comes ace, jack with 2 hearts. Pretty good spot here for Z-Fish.
Wow. 1-2.
Strength, no weakness.
4 high, like a boss. Let's go. All right, so Z-Fish here inherits the big straddles position and does indeed put it out there. So $50
For his 1K chicken.
would be the price to pay on this one. Carlos first act. So we do a little inventory here. Zach up the most, Sam Queso and Scott up just about the same amount, 4,500. Benham here still trying to work his way back from an early deficit here this evening. Folds over and around to the small blind, the big blind out of there as well, and it's going to be a battle of Wolfgang and Z-Fish from the straddles.
600.
And they both have the same hand. All right. Going to be a strong advantage here for Z-Fish to win this one, whether they make any sort of hand or not. Simply just being in position with the 3-bet range advantage, unless, wow, Wolfgang. Wolfgang goes all in, Z-Fish snaps it off, and we're just going for it here. Let's go.
I'm not showing.
He's not called. He's not called.
Once.
Ace queen of clubs.
Let's see it.
Wow, all spades. Wolfgang here with a strong shot to take this one away with the nasty flush. Spade does not come, and they will chop it up.
Oh man, so sick.
Same hand, same hand.
That is a disgusting flop for Z-Fish, but he does fade it.
Come on. This guy is so sick, you know? Is that what you do in tournament?
Yeah, he's
You go all in tournament?
blind versus blind.
Protect your chips.
Yes. Blind versus blind.
You got it. Yeah, what are you doing here?
This game, you don't do that, man. You just take it easy, you know? 600, call 3 clubs. You know, if you call 3 clubs, instead of that one, you would have won it.
I would have. I got greedy. I thought you'd fold.
That's so sick. You thought I almost fold.
A little pat on the back there from Scott. He was like, I think you did great. So.
I didn't want you to outplay me. That was the only board that probably would have won on.
200. Oh man, I'm short stacked. There's nothing I can do here.
Heck yeah. Sounds like a great night.
You see the ace of spades, you hate your life, and then I show the jack, you're like,
All right, so after the big flip for all of it, both players chop pot in. Now, we're folding once again, back all the way over to the straddles. Well, I guess Wolfgang's still in this from the big blind at the moment, and he will come in for a raise. Back-to-back big hands here for Z-Fish. This time we're not going to get the same kind of pushback from Wolfgang.
It's like red black. We have to stay with
Yeah, if it.
no flop.
Yeah, no flop.
There you go. Tammy reminded me that she's not here for Michigan. She's here for Hoptown Josh in Kentucky. Getting lucky in Kentucky. So she's the big blue she's talking about is those Kentucky Wildcats. Sometimes I forget it's basketball season. I normally start watching.
Tony Ferguson popping in here too.
Tony. I normally start watching college basketball when it gets closer to bracket time.
Yeah, no, I'll be more, right? Yeah.
Which I guess it will be here before we know it. March is around the corner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I used to get into it a lot more back when I was in college and grad school, just because you had more people to sort of, you know, fill out brackets against and form little pools and stuff. But man, I've really fallen off of that train.
You gotta support local.
You still fill out a bracket every year? I guess probably the TCH crew puts together a pool, eh?
I actually haven't done any with the TCH crew. I'm surprised. Haven't done a bracket in a couple years, so maybe this will be the year I'll get back into it.
There you go.
That's even a more upscale than, I mean,
all right, we've got some suited cards, some connected cards, and that's how we'll go to a flop. 4 players
a lot of people doing is that
with
process, like bringing a guy
1,000
like a sushi
in the
chef
middle.
to like a house, and it's awesome. It's like actually like a good deal too.
You've done it?
I've done it
Jack
once.
5
Yeah.
deuce, 2-tone, a couple players with pairs, and Carlos with a gut shot. He's already out of there. It's going to be top pair versus second pair headed to a turn.
I know, have you been to Namo before?
Is that the one in Lower Greenville?
No, that one's that's called Shoya.
Yeah, I haven't been that one.
The one Namo's in West Village. It's really good. It's just a sushi bar inside.
Benham drawing pretty thin does not improve
I love sushi.
Wait, let me.
on the turn, but it is a flush draw now for Z-Fish in addition to the top pair. He checks it to Benham, who does not take a stab, and now it's a river top 2 pair for Z-Fish.
Nami no Hana?
Nami no Hana. Yeah,
That's good.
And he will get paid by the pair 5.
It's kind of a weird location. That center is under construction, so it's like.
What do you think about that quick call there from Benham? Just really not giving Z-Fish any credit.
No, none at all, actually. Again, like I said, may just be part of that.
Nuri.
Not a good start of the night for Benham and wanting to get some of that back and thinking that maybe Z-Fish was.
Namo.
picking on him a little bit there, thinking he can get him off of a hand, but quick call there with the 5, and Z-Fish licking his chops with the 2-piece there.
It's a really good one in Fort Worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when you get snap called by a 5 with top 2 there, you're like, yes, please.
Yes, please.
May I have another?
Namo can get pretty expensive. All the
But yeah, let me know. I don't think delivery told me about it.
I went there with delivery.
These guys are making me hungry talking about sushi
really good.
here.
Apparently it's similar to one in Fort Worth. I forget.
Probably hot sayuki.
And enjoying any new dishes from the TCH Social restaurant in Austin,
We
Aaron?
went to hot sayuki on like a Wednesday.
So they did add a couple of things maybe a few months ago. It was the last time I noticed that they added something to the menu, and I haven't tried it because I'm not really doing a lot of carb stuff these days. So they added like an Alfredo pasta and a rice bowl. So I haven't tried either of those. So yeah, I can't really comment on that. But I do like the shepherd's pie is quite good. That's one of my go-tos. Nice salmon, of course, also very good. All right, a jack and a couple of deuces out there. Z-Fish and Josh both have top pair. For some reason, Benham is raising with 7-3 of clubs, and Queen Jack has been folded. I don't understand all of that. But Scott here with pocket 5s. Yeah, in a spot where it's like, okay, you just can't call. So he's out of there, and Benham gets it through.
Benham's laughing at that one. Look at him. He knows he got away with a little murder there. Sometimes you got to mix it up a little bit when you're not having a good night, and little chuckle there from Benham as he's like, I got to do whatever I got to do to take a pot down, and somehow gets that one through. We don't know how, but he got it through.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the straddle, so, like, yeah, he's going to have some deuces, and he's stuck, so he's going to probably have more deuces than anyone else from that position, as he might just be looking to, see a lot more flops,
Up north a little bit.
try to get unstuck. So, yeah, everyone just gave him credit for it.
Like they had 2 restaurants, one in Frisco and one in Richardson, and then Ujo was the latest one, which is like an upgrade. It's good to know.
All right, cutoff open here from Wolfgang. On the $50 straddle, Z-Fish here just going to call next to act. Has been 3-betting Wolfgang a fair bit, decides against it this time, and that will bring the straddle players along for the ride. And there we go, 4 ways to a flop. Z-Fish connects with a pair of 7, and it checks to him, so he'll take a little stab for half pot.
Go, bet that bottom pair, take it down.
Yeah, why not?
A couple quick things to mention going on at TCH Dallas. We do have our black chip bounty tournament going on. It's a 10K guarantee, $300 buy-in. When I just walked outside a second ago, there were 47 or 48 entries already for the night, but it's a 10K guarantee. You get a black chip $100 bounty for every player that you knock out. So that's a great one. And of course, reminder, we haven't had this flyer up, so forgive us, but Becca's still holding her high-low games on Sundays and Tuesdays starting at 1 p.m. And if you're on time at 1 p.m., you get your first hour of play for free. There is the number to text if you're interested in playing some 5-card high-low. They do 2 bomb pots as well, everything 5 cards, so it's usually an 8-handed game, and they have a lot of fun in that game. Shout out to Rebecca Thompson putting that game on every week. And next week, we're actually going to have a high-low stream on Tuesday night, and Greg Vale, a famous Twitter or X guy and book writer of the high-low card variety, is going to be in the booth here and talking up some high-low strategies. So something that I guess is new that we're going to be trying out next week. So if you are interested in learning and watching some high-low next week, Tuesday night. Tune in.
Very cool. All right, and yeah, we've also got a couple other fun things going on down in my neck of the woods down here in Austin. We got the Showdown at the Capitol, 20K guaranteed tournament. Going to be running every last Saturday of the month. The first one going to be kicking off here in just a couple of weeks, basically. January 25th. Starts at noon, $300 buy-in with 30-minute levels, 30K starting stat, 20K guaranteed. Going to be every month. There the last Saturday of the month. And then we've also got the Launch into the New Year tournament just about to kick off. That has the first starting flights going tomorrow. 100K guarantee with only $200 buy-in, and you can combine your 2 biggest bags for day 2. You'll also get a 1K payout for your 3rd bag and beyond. So
good stuff.
Juicy little opportunities here to accrue very large day 2 chip stacks.
Is that Christian Foxen on his back?
The one waving? That's him, dude. The guy's a unicorn.
All right, we get back into the action here. Sam Queso, Ace Queen. The original Razor Wolfgang. And Benham putting in a 3-bet on the button with 2 black aces. Sam Queso from the straddle puts in the 4-bet, and Benham here just going to call, play in position with the birds, and 2K plus in the middle.
Love seeing it. Wow. Case ace. Hello.
Well, and if Sam was shy about playing the ace king earlier, this board is quite a bit better for him, but the ace queen not as strong. We'll see how he approaches it. It's going to be a quarter pot continue. And a quick call from Benham. 3,500 in the middle now, so SPR under 2. And a little bit of a scare card here, perhaps, as now Ace-Jack picks up 2 pair.
But the rock counts as a straddle, you also have to put out the 10.
Sam slowed it down with a check last time when he had the Ace-King.
So when you win the pot, you get the rock, you put it out there, and that's equivalent of 10. So then the
giving nothing away here, staring down at the board.
They run the rock games a lot at Seminole and Fort Lauderdale.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, so this is a 4-bet pot, right?
That's probably going to be a good
You have to kind of ask yourself, do we want to get all the money in by the river? Like, can I win against a hand? Like, can I get all the money in and win? Is the question, right? Like, with this kind of holding. It's bet a 1,300. Benham here makes the call, and he uses a bumblebee to do it, so he's going to need some change.
I don't have 10.
Here, I can tell him to get a chip on.
No, I'm not a hold on. Hold on.
Okay, that'll work.
Well, the action's not in.
At least these are better than the social.
Do they care if you mix like their 2 social and their chips here?
Yeah.
They do?
On the table. Yeah.
Harmless 9 of hearts here on the end. Sam Queso, of course, was drawing dead to the river anyways.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the social, not the old ones.
I guess what they said is they have like different investors.
And now here we are, Benham with 5K, a little bit under pot remaining. And Sam.
Played at the new room yet?
No, we're trying to get a game here. Like, try to go
To go for a small size, it looks like. Wow, tiny little block.
It's supposed to be the nicest room that anyone that's ever
Which is
gone
a
there
little
talked to
bit
says the nicest
curious.
room they've ever been in.
Maybe just trying to induce,
They only have like a couple tables.
or get a crying call from like pocket queens or
Right.
They have like a private
kings or
bathroom
something.
that's-
I'm just not sure, but obviously Benham was hoping that this bet would be a little bit larger, so that the jam would just have to get called. But now it's actually not that bad of a spot, right? Like, if his opponent actually has an ace, and this is just sort of like a real block, yeah, it's going to look fishy to go all in over the top of that.
It does, and Benham is going to get it. Full double up through Sam Queso.
Yeah, really well played there by Benham. Of course, always helps to be on the button.
For sure.
So you get to watch your opponent just, you know, sort of launch their chips into the ether. And you just sit there waiting to spring the trap on the end. But yeah, tough spot for Sam, who just gets the cooler of all cooler flops. He's 6-4 rainbow with ace queen 4 betting pre. Gonna chip down to 1,500, and Benham gonna get a big chunk of his losses back there. I don't think he's out of the basement yet, but that should get him close.
Absolutely, and like you said, crazy situation there on the button in position. Case ace comes out. Sam Queso with top pair, second best kicker, and just doesn't think he can be beat there. Thought maybe Benham was trying to get himself unstuck. And boy, did he, with the set of aces on the flop.
Yeah, so let's see here. It shows Benham as plus 1,200, but we know that his first buy-in did not get counted as a loss when he got stacked by Scott. So, in fact, he's down about 3,800.
Right.
But still, big comeback from being down, I think, over 10K before that hand started.
Keep the half, and then you do the other half.
125 a hand, half. So like half of.
And that's on how much of a bounty?
So, there's no bounty, it's just a splash bounty.
No, I know, but like per person.
Oh, usually we do 250. 250 a person for the flip. If you win the flip, then you do 120. You put 125 in a hand for the flip.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. It's
kind of fun. It makes the game.
I've done it like similarly, but you only do 2 splash spots. You cut it in half and you do 2 splashes. But
No, but this is no Nick game related.
It's not even Nick game related, just a flip first. No Nick game. A flip, and if you win the flip.
Just one hand. Yeah, so there's no skills basically. Just you splashing money.
oh, okay. That's fun.
Not sure I quite fully understand what they're talking about. But some other variant.
If you don't win the flip, you know.
Oh, yeah, see, I didn't. I thought it was looped in with Nick game.
Big board here. Scott flopping top 2 pairs. Z-Fish with the
what was the sushi
nut
place
spades.
Namo.
Benham making the call with the gutter ball.
That's your favorite?
Bottom end of the straight there.
That's probably my favorite for the price.
And yeah, chunky check raise here from Scott. Not quite full pot, but takes it up to 700. Actually, I wouldn't have hated him going even a little bit bigger here, actually. But as it stands, Z-Fish now with the decision to come back the other way. Does he want to play for all of it, or just call and try to, you know, keep Benham in there to build the pot? The problem is that if he does just call and Benham comes along and then a spade comes off, say like the 3 of spades or something, right? Like, is he ever going to get another chip into the middle from his opponents when the texture changes like that? He does go that route, which I think is perfectly fine, rather than just like, okay, let's just YOLO a shitload. Oh my God, there's
wow.
3 spades. But if you YOLO a bunch in there and, you know, basically just flip for your whole stack trying to hit a flush.
Yeah, quick check from Scott there on that spade hit.
Yeah, so now we'll find out if Z-Fish can get the value that his hand deserves.
Scott more interested in buying a beverage right now from the lady. Miss Lauren. Yeah.
So 1,400 into 2K for 2/3 pot. Scott with 3 outs we can see to a full house, but 4 in sort of a vacuum. Tony, yeah, gosh, maybe I should just jot a few down and go plug them in, huh? Wow, Scott's just done with it. He says top 2 is just always losing.
What was the sizing that Z-Fish went with there?
1,400 into 2K, so 2/3, yeah.
Very strong fold from Scott there.
Seriously.
Leo DeMar is asking how Wolf's doing. There you go. He's up about a car payment, $745.
You would have seen me.
I don't know if you just post him. Probably. I just
Hope you didn't come on Sunday night.
I just know it was the spot to go.
Oh, shit.
What was the fun?
Thank y'all again for tuning in to this 5-10-25 no-limit game.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Most players buying in for 5K. It's a match the stack game. Of course, we've had the $50 straddle on, and Z-Fish now has the 100 on.
Now that I know it was you, man, I'm bummed I spent that much money on it.
Yeah, folding top two there is a very big fold. I mean, we can see with the, you know, face-up cards that was, you know, a quote-unquote good fold in that he was behind. But yeah, I kind of tend to agree. I think if you're folding all the way up to your top two pairs and only continuing with, I guess, a set, then you definitely run the risk of getting sort of pushed around, right? Because like let's say that instead of having the ace-6 of spades there, that Z-Fish has like Jack-10 of hearts or diamonds or something like that, right? With an up and downer, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'll call for 700. And then when his opponent checks the 3 of spades, he's like, oh, well, he's probably afraid of spades, and maybe he'll just fold like ace-king or king-jack or something, right? Puts the bet in there with the Jack-10 and just gets it through. Like, that would be a very big win. So, yeah, you can imagine a different scenario playing out. Here we go, though. We've got 5 players looking at this board. Top 2 for Benham.
Josh looking at the board now, too. He would have flopped top 2. He folded his ace-jack.
Hello, hello to you.
Nimmy nim nim.
Wow, that worked. King, queen.
Benham whispering sweet nothings to Josh, letting him know that he also had the ace-jack.
Sweet nothing.
Yeah, he literally covered the mouth. He said, don't tell anybody. At both the other end. It's like breaking the show one, show all, tell one, tell all. No, just you, Josh. Make these guys suffer and wait.
Go back to the grind.
I'm unfortunately a Cowboy fan. Yeah, it's tough. I'm a bigger Longhorn fan. It's a tough Friday.
You go to the game? Just thinking about it.
Super fun, man. Other than the end.
I was at the fort. I was looking at tickets all day. The thing that bums me out is that the playoff games are not at the
Sounds like Dion.
the home state. Like I would have much preferred that game to be in Austin at the Longhorns, right? Like I don't like these bowl things where they have to play it on a neutral site. I get the college championship. Oh my God, can you imagine like the Penn State Notre Dame game in College Station, State College or South Bend? Like, oh my God, that'd be amazing.
All right, the 6s just keep coming. 6 is full of 5s here for Z-Fish. Far and away the best hand.
Yeah, like I
Both
get why you
opponents
went,
just
'cause you're
working
Texas
with
Tech,
over
but
cards,
it's like,
and
college
Josh
football,
will
college
stick
football,
around
I
to try to
don't wanna
peel
pay,
one
like,
off. Doesn't get it.
$900 to go to that game and sit in Cowboy Stadium. I'm like,
Getting in and out of there is kind of a bitch to Arlington.
Z-Fish going to take that one down.
if it was in Austin, I would
Yeah,
probably
some
would've-
sort of disappointing football games here as of late. My Broncos got trounced handily,
We were ready to
and
go, man.
the Longhorns, of course, getting pushed around in the semifinal there just over the weekend. So yeah,
There's 2 plays.
honestly, just not a lot of really good football games either, right? Like, which one could you say was like a really good game? Mostly just blowouts all weekend.
Yeah, it was not a lot of fun. definitely excited about this coming weekend's game. So for sure, divisional round always has a real history in the NFL for sure of some really good battles and quarterback battles in particular.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see how the Rams carry that momentum forward now. You know, they got to play on the road all the way through, you know, being the 7th seed, so they kind of got that stacked against them. But, man, they sure did not let that deter them going into Minnesota.
Well, that was a home game for them, the Minnesota game was. They played in Arizona because of the fires.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they were the division winner.
Oh, and the... Wait a minute.
The seedings are squirrely.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. 14-win
They
team
were
was the 5 seed.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. All right, so I didn't watch the game. I just sort of kept up with the updates and just saw that it wasn't a game worth watching. But that was actually a home
in
game for
Arizona.
them. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I had it all backwards. Gotcha.
All gravy. Stream Hawk says, "Go Birds! Rams are toast."
We shall see.
I was not at A&M. I couldn't get.
Did you see the funny meme that went out, speaking of bookies, that said Sean Payton was like 25-12 or 35-12 against head coaches that were bald-headed? And the bald-headed coach for Buffalo smacked him around. So that maybe was just some incentive to get people betting that Sean Payton was going to beat another bald-headed coach. But that did not happen as Buffalo took him down.
Yeah, the first touchdown drive there from Bo Nix and the Broncos gave me some hope. I was driving home from Biloxi, had the game on the radio, and yeah, it was short-lived excitement.
Alvin teaches poker. Might have taught Wolfgang this move. Got the suited ace-5 here. He's going to 3-bet. 875. Gets back to Josh, though. He's got the ace-queen.
And doesn't put his whole stack out there. Leaves 1,500 behind. Scott's like, okay, well, I guess these 9s are no good, and well, they were, but of course it doesn't feel like it when you face this kind of action in front. And back over to Wolfgang. Yeah, now the jig is up, right? Like ace-5 of clubs, you play it like it's aces all the way until you can't get your opponent to fold anymore, and then it's just ace-5 again. Your boy Mike wants to know what are our thoughts on Mike McCarthy out in Dallas.
Well, I am a lifelong Cowboy fan. Was born in a Roger Staubach jersey. I was in a commercial as a kid with Troy Aikman, and I'm ready for us to start winning again. But man, it's tough to just get rid of a guy who's got you in the playoffs 3 out of 5 years. Obviously, this year probably an anomaly with all the injuries. Don't think we were gonna go far because we really weren't set up to win this year with the lack of off-season moves. But Big Mike was kind of handcuffed and by that owner that seems to happen so often. So I don't know what we're going to do, but it's so easy to just say, hey, let's get rid of the quarterback, let's get rid of the coach, but who do you have to bring in to replace them, and are they better day one? And that's going to be my question is, if you bring in a Deion Sanders, okay, well, who does the X's and O's? You got a good leader. Who does the actual play calling? We just lost our offensive coordinator and head coach. So if you bring in a defensive coach, who calls the plays on offense? Who's going to help Dak and CD and those guys get their offense back right? And vice versa, you bring in an offensive coach. Well, that's what we've done the last 3 times, with offensive coaches, and that's got us nowhere. So who knows, man? But it's a circus. That's what we've come to expect the last 29 years.
Yeah, you want to go there.
Yes, sir.
Sunrun Sam saying that Alvin teaches poker is the best. He's brought my win rate way up. Well, that's awesome to hear. He actually co-commentated a stream with me way back when, a little over a year or so ago, and definitely been following his YouTube videos. If anybody's interested in improving their game, you can definitely check out Alvin Teaches Poker on YouTube. But glad to hear, Sunrun Sam, that got you cranking it, man. Love hearing stories about people who are really putting in the work to improve their game. Game is changing all the time. And just like that, we do have a new dealer. Shout out to Felipe again for dealing that first stretch. They're going to do a PLO flip right now. $100 ahead. Wow, 2 6s for Carlos. There is a straight flush out there. Still is a straight flush if you've got the 4-5 or the Jack-10.
Anybody have a 10 down? I got 8.
There is a 10. So close, right? So close. So close to that. Carlos, I'm sorry, I always tease you when I get in the box, and then
So sick, man.
every flip you always have like trips or something, or a
So
straight.
sick.
We're still showing the ace-6 maybe as being our best hand. Nope. 8's full, maybe.
All right, now he's gonna splash the pot.
All right, sounded like 8's full over there for Josh. Sunrun Sam saying he needs to get on the stream. Yeah, reminder, if you're interested in playing on TCH streams, obviously in the comments you can find links for the other streams. But if you want to play in Dallas on the Dallas stream, this big game we normally have on Tuesday nights, this is who you contact. The lovely Miss Mallory, Malpal. She'll get you on. Scan that QR code, or you can contact her at that phone number or email on the screen. Let her know what stakes you're interested in playing, but let her know you want to play in Dallas, and she'll do what she can to get you on. We're always looking to add new players, especially if you play some good fun action. That's what we're looking for. Not looking for a bunch of new players to come in and knit it up. We want some action so Aaron and I can have a good time commentating these live streams.
That's right.
No nits welcome. Your boy Mike, no, this was a 5K buy-in is what most of these players bought in for, and this is just a cash game, so they are going to play the full 5 hours, though, unless somebody gets stacked and doesn't want to reload, but it's a match the stack game, so this is just a good old-fashioned cash live stream, not a winner-take-all tournament structure, just good old cash game. All right, we are through 43 hands. This is hand number 44. We got Mr. Danny Benosi jumping in the box here.
I do think that it's kind of an interesting format to do a cash game tournament where,
must defend title.
you know, you sort of do have like a blind increase, and you do still have like a time limit where like at the end of the X amount of hours or whatever, like you do still cash out what you have in front of you. But because the blinds are going up, like it does change the structure of how the game is played over the course of the evening. Like I do think that's an interesting approach. It doesn't really get exercised that often.
Yeah.
I apologize in advance. That's all I got.
But we kind of see that over the course of the night here on this stream very regularly, right? As the straddles start to increase, you start seeing the 50 come on much more frequently, and then maybe even the 100 and such, right? So it is kind of similar to it in that aspect, outside of it being mandatory.
There we go. Got the board corrected. Queen 5-5, 10, and then a deuce. So
You got nothing?
8 high and a king high. Scott gonna take that one down.
I didn't know you were that way.
Thank you.
What do you think about these tournaments like the one coming up here in Austin? First flight's kicking off tomorrow, where you can bag more than once and combine your top 2 bags. What do you think about that, Eric?
So I have not played in one. I didn't really think that I was a big fan of the bring your top 2 bags, but on that one where the buy-in is low, like $200, where it lets a lot of, kind of average amateur types buy in, not a lot of, pros necessarily. You don't need pro bankroll money to buy in for a $200 buy-in tournament. I think that might be a cool thing. I've seen those double bag ones in some of the larger tournaments that, are 800 or 1,000 plus, and that I think really just benefits the the top tier type pro bankrolled players. But at the same time, I don't know. It's interesting for sure. I like the double bag bonus. You get the min cash for one. But I don't know how I feel about that combined bags. We'll see. You'll have to let me know how that tournament goes down there.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me how people approach it, because like let's say that bag average is like, call it 30 big blinds. And maybe, depending on the structure, maybe that's a little bit high, maybe that's a little bit low, but let's just say it's 30 big blinds. So on average, people advancing to day 2 are taking in 30 big blinds. Well, if you bag 30 big blinds and then go and play again and bag another 20 or 30, right? So you just bag 30 again, you come into day 2 with 60. Like, is it a big enough advantage to fight for, knowing that you might go broke on a couple more entries trying to get it?
It's not that.
Like,
right.
Would you really rather play 3 buy-ins or 4 buy-ins to get 60 big blinds versus just taking the 30 off of one? I don't know. I mean, everybody's got a different approach. Some people fire, trying to, max it out and come into day 2 with, 150 big blinds or something insane, just really trying to go for it. And I mean, more power to them for sure. But yeah, it's interesting how that strategy can be so varied from player to player.
Definitely. Well, let us know in the chat what y'all think about tournament structures, and if you like those multi-bag type structures, or if you like the, double bag, bring a double bag, or if you just like the old standard one and done type buy-in tournaments. Fun hand here. Josh 3-betting with the queens. Wolfgang with the beautiful ace-10 of spades. Gonna come along.
Yeah, he'll get to play this one in position, and unfortunately for him, pairs the 10 and not the ace. Josh quickly slows down with a check, as this is not really the 3-better's board, so it does make sense that he slows this one down. And Wolfgang happy to check it back. Now a one-liner to a straight there. A 9 makes a straight. And I like this decision from Josh to bet, because Wolfgang is going to have some like ace-jack and ace-10 type holdings, maybe even some king-jack and queen-jack suited type stuff. So yeah, I really like the decision to bet small there. Would have liked to see another bet here, maybe like a block size on the end, but doesn't get another street of value and is just going to show down the queens and win the 2K in the middle. But yeah, not really the board you had in mind with pocket queens, no club, that's for sure, but does still get a little bit of value.
Yeah, I'm going to put your flyer back up again and just remind people kind of what we were just talking about here. Starting tomorrow in Austin, the launch into the New Year tournament, $100,000 guarantee, only a $200 buy-in, so great value there. Now, there's 2 flights a day, if you bag twice, you can combine those bags and bring those to day 2. That's pretty cool. 12.5% make the money. 10% go to day 2. So if you're one of those 10%er, get a bag, you can get another bag and combine that sucker. $1,000 payout if you get a third bag. So let us know what you think about that. Obviously, it's going to create a huge field down there. Excited for the Austin room. Wish I could come down there and play in that sucker this weekend, but shout out to everybody that's going to be down there. And we are right back into action with a huge hand here, brewing.
Yeah, LGZ has had his stack sort of dwindling over the course of the evening. Didn't buy in very deep. Started off with just like 2,500. Did win the first flip. Got that up a little over 3K, but then suffered a couple of beats, and now only has 1,500, which has gone across the line. And now a bit of an awkward spot here for Zach, who has yet to act and is already facing a raise, 3-bet, and 4-bet jam in front of him with these pocket 9s.
Danny doing his best Oprah Winfrey impersonation. You get a pair, you get a pair, and you get a pair. 9s, though, are into the muck.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of hand to be folding, but you've already seen 3 and 4 bets go in.
Absolutely.
And you're going to be out of position the whole hand if you even think about getting involved, right? And like, wow, Carlos folds the jacks. And this is a pretty incredible spot for Benham, right? Like, just like everything gets folded out, and now he gets to run 8s up against Ace King for only 1,100 more. He hasn't called yet, but this is like the nuts situation for him when he was up against 9s and jacks prior to this moment. Benham wants to bring the original wager, his 3-bet, in so that he can see how much it is. Yeah, it's just a little over 1,100, and of course now he'll make the call. All right, pair of 8s here. Against Ace King. Can LGZ improve?
Carlos and Zach letting each other know what they folded there, the 9s and the jacks.
Yeah, folding the jacks is...
Oh, look at the flop we would have had. Oh, my God. It would have been set over set over set. Oh, my God. What a disaster that would have been.
Yeah, and let's see here. So Carlos would have had the jacks, right? So he would have scooped everyone.
Everybody.
He has like 6,000 plus. Yeah, he would have chipped up real nice.
I mean, it's just because the way the action went, though. You know, it was a 3-bet, 4-bet jam, and you've got 9s, which I think we kind of both agree needs to fold there. But the jacks was the tricky one. Carlos there folds the jacks. And then Benham just is like, you know what? I'm hoping he's got ace, king, ace, queen. I'm going to call here with all that money out there. And hello. What a flop. Oh, that would have been one of our crazier hands ever to happen if we somehow got to that flop. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, you just rarely see set over set, and to get set over set is just insane.
Insanity.
Yeah, well, not to be lost in all of that hullabaloo was that LGZ went down to the felt. The ace-king could not improve after the turn, and he did just rebuy for, I think it was 2,700.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, we may have little monsters under the bed tonight, Roderick. Not used to seeing that. Chips usually are flying with this lineup.
Well, I mean, let's be fair that 3 bets and then 4 bets, you know, definitely start to restrict or constrict the range that you should be continuing with, because you start thinking about what your opponent is going to be doing it with. And it's not like your opponent is ever just like, Well, okay, on some streams and in some lineups, like someone is just going to look at 10-7 suited and be like, yeah, I'm 4-betting. Like, why not? But that's not happening in this lineup, right? So you kind of have to think about it a little bit more strategically. You're thinking a little bit more of like, okay, what does a strong 4-bet range look like? And how does pocket jacks, you know, or pocket nines or whatever, like perform against that? And you also have to imagine that, like, you've got this one dude who's 4-bet all in for 1,500. Like, even if you are able to beat someone else in the hand, like, you got to beat that guy to win the main pot. So, you know, the dynamic changes dramatically versus just like a normal, like, 3-bet pot and someone just like folding jacks and we're all like, what are you doing? You know, it's a little bit different scenario. But let's get back to the action as we've got Sam Queso here flopping bottom set against the overpair of Zach, and Zach is going to get at least the flop raise called.
Yeah, it does have a spade here, only saving grace besides those 2 other jacks. We can see one has been folded. The Ducks are feeling good on this board.
83% favorites. But yeah, when the flush comes in, it does feel a little bit gross, but I actually think that a set is still too strong to slow down fully, right? Like, your opponent is going to have some overpairs, right? Zach was the pre-flop 3-better, and is going to have some top pair, top kicker type stuff, and you really don't want to give them a free look at a spade if that's what they're working with, right? Like, those hands always have at most 1 spade in their hand, so you can get them to call another value bet, and you can always just improve, right? Plus, like, what happens if you check and they go all in for 1.5x pot? Like, are you going to fold deuces, right? Wouldn't you rather, like, bet a little bit so that when they go all in for pot, like, you just have an easy call versus a maybe uncomfortable one? So, I don't know. I do think that betting the set there on the turn would make a little bit more sense. But here we are. Sam Queso makes the bet, 1K on the river for 1/3 pot. And Zach now with the decision.
Yeah, definitely kind of looking at the board and thinking about his situation here. He got check raised on that flop. But the check back, it's not making much sense to him here. Now leading for 1,000. He just does not like his spot here. Getting a pretty good price, though, to make a call.
Yeah, and that's almost a little bit worrisome.
Absolutely.
Right. Like the check raise on the flop that then gives up on the turn and then bombs it on the river. You're like, okay, like maybe he does have some 8-9. No, 8-9 is a straight, excuse me. I guess it would have to be, no, they're really, yeah, none of that stuff. He makes the call, though, just a little too curious, I think, right? Like, his hand has good blocking properties, but, yeah, you just don't beat anything at the end of the day, a set of deuces included.
Sometimes you go against your gut. You're just like, man, the pot odds just feels like a good price. Maybe I'm good. And you get the bad news. Roderick, indeed, man. 8-8-9-9, Jack-Jack, make the call there. We were going to see just a wild and wacky hand. You know, one of them already all in, and then the 3 with the sets would have had some serious chips flying. We did not get that, though, so we will move on and hope for another big hand like that. But it might be a while before we see a set over set over set. Hard enough to get just set over set.
God, and that would have been so dirty for Benham because he already got set over set like early against Scott. Having it happen again would have been dirty because he would have been outstacked.
Yep.
Or excuse me. So Carlos would have won the hand, but would have had fewer chips than Zach. So he would have lost to both of them and had to pay them both off. Oh, God. Ugh.
Jennifer jumping in, also shouting out Hoptown Josh. Glad to see he's got some friends and fam cheering him on all the way from Kentucky and elsewhere.
All right, Z-Fish puts in the 3-bet here. Pulls the shirt up, going full Wolfgang against Wolfgang. Pocket 10s here, though, I think far too strong to consider folding, but don't really want to build the pot any further. And so he does just make the call. So 1900 in the middle heads up to a flop.
I thought it was just for all in. Because if he checks, you're down to fold. That's check.
Good flop here for Wolfgang, but still can be up against a bigger overpair. Z-Fish will rep that.
Z-Fish going into his turtle shell here. Gonna hide.
Like I'm good enough to get a read.
And yeah, the price is very good here, 550, so easy call for the 10s. Decides not to go for a check raise into the 3-betters range. Happy to just check and call, presumably, across multiple streets, especially given the texture of this 5 of hearts, but Z-Fish does not go for it, checks it back, and I think Wolfgang can feel very confident that his hand is best. Now the question is, does he bet for value, trying to get hero called by ace, king, or something, or just check and give Z-Fish a little bit of rope?
My answer is yes to the first part. I'm going to put out a little something something. And he agrees. It's definitely a little something something. Like 2,500.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah.
That is very big. And Z-Fish here, his hand is just like the ultimate garbage bin type hand, given this bet size. I mean, there's a world within which like pocket deuces or pocket threes goes for this size because they got counterfeit and have to polarize really hard, but
Oh my god.
10-10?
And who was it? Josh that would have had the quad 4s in that hand. Got out of there.
oh, just now? Okay.
Yeah.
I missed
Yep.
that.
I did too, but thankfully our chatters got their eyes like eagles out there, and then I just heard Josh say it, so pretty wild.
I don't want to be the guy that got owned by Wolfgang. Like, if it is happening, man,
Feels like a vlog.
I know my microphone's
I'm gonna
working,
have
you know?
every clip on
They heard me call
YouTube, Wolfgang, Frank, Z-Fish, own Z-Fish.
All right, well, we're 50 hands in. We've hit the 2-hour mark, so we're on pace for 100 hands in 4 hours. And yeah, I mean, we've got some folks in the chat that think the game's a little tight, a little nitty, but I think we've been seeing some pretty good action here.
I do too, and we can go back to that hand. We saw the way it played out, but you had a 3-bet with pocket 8s, so that's not tight. And then you had a jam with the ace king, and then then you have some action, and the 8s end up making the call. So the 8s obviously wasn't tight. The ace king willing to get his whole stack in, so it was still an aggressively played hand. A couple opponents. It's just we saw 2 of the better hands fold.
But they were like middling pairs, right? I mean, obviously jacks feel like they're a big pair, but they often perform like a middling pair. So yeah,
got to pray both your opponents have the ace king and miss. Yeah,
right.
But fun hand nonetheless.
Well, Carlos is playing a fun hand here. He's gonna make 7s full of deuces here by the river up against top pair for Z-Fish. The 9 is kicking. And yeah, a little tickle here from Z-Fish makes a lot of sense, just to kind of see if he can maybe get called by like ace 6, ace 5, something like that. But instead, he's going to get raised and be like, oh, well, that sucks.
3, 6.
Back over to Zfish. The price is right. I mean, it's 400. But, like, is Carlos ever bluffing?
You're like, hold on. Wait a sec. This seems familiar. That's what I mean.
I just don't think he is, right?
All in.
All in.
Oh, my God.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Zfish.
And
Zfish.
just when you thought these guys couldn't get any tighter, Zfish rips it for 5,300 into Carlos, who says, thank you. Come again.
That was a big misstep from Zfish. I am not too sure. Like, obviously, he can get ace 10, ace jack, maybe ace queen or something to fold for that all-in bet, right? Like, he's turning the ace 9 into a bluff to try to get those sorts of hands to fold. But, like, if Carlos ever has a 7 or maybe even a 2, like, I don't know that he's folding. So, yeah, kind of a launch.
Full launch. Send it. Send it to your neighbor.
It's just quarter increments.
Oh, your quarter. Okay, I'm sorry.
And Zfish here seemingly has gone down to the felt, even though it shows him as having 395 remaining. We must have had a small add-on or something from Carlos along the way that didn't get registered. But Zfish is going to go full busto there and have to reach back into the bag.
Time to reload.
Well, that ought to loosen things up here. What do you think, Roderick?
I
Was
think
that
so.
Was that a good enough punt for you?
It is nice when you do have those opportunities to be the punt returner. Just fair catch that sucker, or you could take it to the house like Carlos just did.
Yeah. You know, there's nothing worse, though, than fumbling the fair catch, which is pretty much what I did all week long. I had players making the worst possible decision available out in Biloxi, and every time, dude, they would just drill it and crush my soul. I had several times where someone was literally just, like, tilted and ready to go rebuy.
Trying to
Just
give
like,
you their chips.
Yes, like literally they're just like all in. One guy was all in blind. Another guy just like, he's just got all of his chips in his fist waiting for it to get to him. Like he knows what he has, but he's just waiting for it to get to him. Just launches like 50 bigs in pre. Of course, I call, I'm ahead, and they get there. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, the fair catch. Let me catch it.
Let me catch it. All right, Roderick with a prediction. Zfish ain't getting that 5K back.
We'll find out.
We will find out indeed.
We've got a bunch of suited hands, pairs. Let's go. LGC's in there with the unsuited connectors.
I see a 6. And spades for Zfish. Here we go.
Top pair for Carlos. The 8s are actually in pretty decent shape here. A lot of the time, although this is 5 ways, so Venom isn't going to be loving it. Checks through to a 5 of hearts, so Sam Queso gets a flush drop as well. Literally everyone has something.
Pair and a gut shot for the 7-6. Miss Mallory up on stage taking pictures of the shenanigans.
Yeah, bet a 400 from Zfish and a cascade of calls. Although the 6-7 does go by the wayside, not a believer in the pair and gut shot on this double flush draw board, which is understandable. Sam Queso, though, he's going to peel one off, and we still have 4 players going to look at this river card. And it's the lowly 3 of diamonds. But Carlos will finish with the best hand.
All the way Texan now?
Yeah.
2200.
Wow,
But
goes
Z-Fish
big.
is- yeah, he's going to attack
I don't think I'll ever like Whataburger over In and Out.
and try to get his opponents to fold a 9 here, which is pretty spicy. Oh, there goes the 9. Well, Benham still has a winner. He lets it go, and Z-Fish. He might not get the 5K back on that hand, but he gets a pretty chunky pot, winning 2K in profit back with an inferior holding.
Third best hand by the time they got to the river, and bets big and takes it down.
People swear by it, though. They do. Like Whataburger, they swear.
Yeah, no 3 of spades, the 3 of diamonds taking its place this time. We'll get the 3 of clubs into the rotation next, probably.
It's a seasonal thing.
Yeah.
Honey butter chicken biscuits.
Honey butter chicken biscuits, good.
And the.
You listening to the Whataburger talk?
That was
Yes.
pretty good. Everything else. Nah.
That Texas toast is pretty good.
So Wolfgang, not a big fan of Whataburger, but he said he loves 3 items. But he said he got in a heated debate about the In and Out versus the Whataburger.
You like Cane's from Chick-fil-A?
Okay.
In and Out, I don't even bother trying anymore in the Dallas area. They're just always a line for miles, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm good. I don't really need a burger that tastes pretty good, and in my opinion, some shit-ass fries. So I just keep driving. And right around the corner from my closest In and Out is Aaron and I's favorite, Taco Bell.
Let's go.
Yep.
It is Taco Bell Tuesday, by the way.
It is.
And I am excited for my post-stream. Yeah.
You going with the diarrhea trio tonight, or what are you going with?
More of a quintuple. No, I don't know. I tried to come up with something there and I lost it. I'm hoping there's no diarrhea involved at all. So thank you for putting that into the ether.
I would be pleasantly surprised if you were really hoping for it. Like, this guy really wants to have a miserable night.
I really need to clean out the pipes, you know. It's all right. Let's get
back to the poker. We're sorry about that.
Carlos here. He's got a gut shot, so he's gonna take us. No, sorry. This was a bet of 275 from another player. Carlos made the call, so Josh did the betting there.
Tight ass Benham folded pocket twos. How dare he?
What a clown. Josh keeps his foot on the gas and gets this one through, chipping up to 7,600.
Nice little win there for Hoptown. And there's our player stacks at the bottom.
Am I hitting them out right now?
Carlos, Zach, Scott, and Wolfgang, the only folks in the profit. And finally, since you guys are calling them nits, I think they got the message. The nit game has started.
Let's go.
50. Y'all go for 50. You go for...
I appreciate it, Roderick. We try. Every now and then we get a little out of hand, but, you know, we'll circle back and get ourselves situated. The fourth grader comes out in Aaron and I every now and then.
Yeah,
It surely does. We'd be trouble in the same hometown at the poker table, Aaron. No doubt about it.
Yeah, what is it? How much? 800. $100 each. 100 each or 50 each? 50?
Go 50, and then y'all...
Okay.
It's a 450, right?
50. Are we splashing the pot or paying everybody 50?
Loser gets to splash pot?
Loser gets... Yeah, loser gets...
Losing it to the side? Because me, it's going in one
So
hand.
relatively modest
Splashy.
nit game here,
If you
50 bucks
lose,
a
you
player.
either splash it all in one hand or split it in two. Right. What you owe total.
And I won't remind you later, but you got to show it if you win.
Or you can pay everybody 50 if you prefer.
You have to show to win.
Danny lifting up the sleeve, letting us to know that he has a really nice bicep there. There we go.
You gotta put it back in the pot?
Yeah.
And you cannot remind anybody else there.
If you do, it's that ass, Mr. Postman.
Albert says 100 each. Yeah, I think 100 is
Normally what we
more
do.
appropriate. But
Yeah, normally what we do.
Yeah, you gotta show it or else.
I forgot to show it.
Raise 100.
I think I was there for that stream.
Wolfgang. Yeah, Wolfgang.
I think I was. That sounds familiar.
You just have to show your hand. You don't have to throw on your nipple.
Alright, 4 ways.
10 high board 2 tone here. That is not the actual flop that you see on your screen there. Josh has flopped a pair of 6s. Everyone else has missed. And the 5 of spades does not change that dynamic. So Josh gonna go ahead and tickle the pot for 250. Okay, I thought that was 75 bucks, but it's 250. Or I thought it was 100 rather. Carlos making an up and down straight draw. Ace high makes the call. And we are going to show down here on the river. Pair of 6s. Good.
I knew you had shit.
Not much.
All right. JFlop123 joining us here on Twitch. Says, hey guys. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome in.
So you
There you go.
400 because you won the first time.
Right.
Another one heading Hoptown's way, and he gets rid of that knit button. Always got to feel good to be the first one to get rid of your knit button, especially with a
So who gets to
kind of
pick
dusty
which
holding like that.
flop?
Pair of 6s gets her done.
The person who loses, you do it right after. You can't wait till.
No, I mean, you would still have to do it before the cards are dealt. I was, you know.
Logan, do you mind rescanning that?
Hey, man, y'all got so many new games. I don't know how to keep up with it.
150.
Good.
Yes, seems good. Good.
Y'all sure you don't want to do 100 apiece? They look like good cards.
Yeah, we start over. Sure. They did. Okay. We start over. You're good. Thank you very much.
Are they good cards? Should I play this game?
We'll let you know in a half hour. We're on a delay.
Josh's cards didn't get scanned there.
Yeah, that's a good.
He is going to come in and make the call for 150.
Did I win?
1, 2, 3, 4. 6 ways.
6 ways to this flop. There we go.
Every
Luncheon.
Broadway card represented, and a 10 comes out.
All right.
Oh,
got-
bottom set for Zach, too. Check that out.
Yeah, let me go ahead and open the pot and then flop a set.
Yeah, a couple of diamonds on board, but nobody has diamonds, so just overcards and Carlos sitting around with his pair of 10s queen kicking, so he will stick around. But everybody else clears out, so we go from 6 down to 2, and immediately we fill up for Zach on the turn. Carlos drawing to a 10 or a 4 only.
Come 994.
Both would be equally gross.
What is wrong with me? Get a little bit tighter in my older age.
And with the knit game having just started, right, that's in everybody's mind. They're thinking about not getting pushed around. So Carlos is like, yeah, no, you're not going to win just yet. And ew, that is not a good card for Carlos. He now finishes with top 2 pair on a paired board. He now beats every other 10 and every other queen that doesn't have a 4 in it, right? So
That's a good name, though.
He's pretty funny.
4,000 out there, Aaron. What sizing you going with here?
Yeah.
I think with the front door flush missing and the overcard coming off, you go big. I think full pot is in order here.
On camera. Yeah. It seems so easy, but never freaking done.
The jam is actually fair play as well, but I think that's a little bit too much because you don't want a 10 to get scared. But like ace 10 is going to feel like calling a bet like pot. And yeah, 3,700 is basically pot.
Yep.
Oh, it's there.
Carlos improving his hand on the river. I just don't think he can fold. He doesn't have a diamond.
Yeah.
Just loses to overpairs and obviously small boats.
Yeah, that's just a kind of a nasty run out for Carlos. Already pretty unfortunate for him. Flop the top pair against bottom set, but yeah, to have that river looks so clean. You're just paying that off. I know I am.
For sure. Nice hand indeed there for Zach. Up almost 10K now after that hand there. Scott, the only other remaining player in the green. So our 1 and 2 seat are winning. Everyone else throwing the party for those two gentlemen.
You know, if you go all in, he would have folded. It would have been like, and then he'd be like, you have pocket tens. All right, I'll fold.
Oh, yeah, 50.
Yeah, he's got it. Yep, he's got it.
All you gotta do is tell him good race.
I got you. Raise 150.
150 with the 5 deuce. Let's go.
Hit game bringing the action.
Couldn't have come at a better time.
You can't fold 9.
Can't let Z-Fish just get rid of his nib button with 1.
Oh, shoot, I got the nib button. I forgot.
Zach defends with the Ocho Cinco.
He's got his opponents like dominated, which is crazy. He's got 8-5.
200.
Outflops them both. However, Carlos does have a little bit of life with backdoors.
A little tilty call there. Hopes for some equity on the turn once we see that card. Oh, wow.
Everybody stuck around even.
Zach looks a little shocked still that he hit another 8.
Yeah, and you know, he gets called, then checks, everyone checks behind. Now he just gets to go for value and hope that someone has a rag ace, but nobody has anything.
That'll put him over the 10K profit mark for the evening.
Yeah, leading the way there, and Wolfgang now drops into negative territory along with Josh. Both of them not going to Taco Bell tonight. They're stuck heaps, down 25 and 35 respectively.
Yeah, in a 5, 10, 25, 50, 100 game, you know. Not feeling too shabby to be down just $25 and $35 through 2.5 hours of play.
Raise 100. Re-raise 300.
Hello, ladies. Then I'm going to 3-bet to 300 with his 2 queens. And reminder from last week, big battle with Z-Fish and Venom.
Yeah, the old set over set. 27,000, probably still fresh in the memory banks. Ace on the flop, no good for the pocket queens in theory, but Z-Fish continues checking. Venom will be content to just check behind, and now we actually end up with a situation where Z-Fish could actually just bluff his hand heavily, but he just is done with it. I think given that river and Z-Fish's tendency to go for it in big spots like that, he probably would have gotten called, but you know, maybe something like 2x pot would have at least gotten some pause from his opponent.
Game's just the death sentence there.
Albert H., the ladies are everywhere, but yeah, they were a winner for Benham there. Didn't even need to flop one.
Freaking starving now.
I'm going to beat you to that guy for a quarter to go.
They are going to do a splash pot, so $50 ahead for whoever loses the net game. One hand, $450 splash pot. And I'm waking up with another premium hand here. Ace King this time.
And LGZ puts a 1K out on top of the button there to signify a call. Just one card scanned in.
What is that stream for the Wolf Quiz?
We're gonna do it February.
Carlos comes along as well, so presumably this is like pocket fives, pocket sixes.
They're both going to scan, so we'll finally get a peek. Maybe suited Canuters as well.
Suited Canuters.
How many? It was 12 sessions? Yeah, they both
12 sessions.
Well, suited or not, nobody has paired on this board.
I did 2 5-10 sessions in the whole 12 days.
LGZ, of course, could have the 7-6er neuters, but Ace King is out of there. It's just Carlos and LGZ now.
Pretty easy to get a seat there during the week, or like at games right now.
Carlos, the only one with a heart.
I either go in the day, because the day games are not too bad, or don't go like a Tuesday night or Wednesday. Go like
Small bet here in position from LGZ, 600.
Thursday is probably good.
I feel like the average table.
So a little less than 1/3 in position. Carlos makes the call, and if this is just sixes versus fives, we may go check and have some some groaning from Carlos, but
Because they're partly going to 3-bet when they finally do. You can.
no, LGZ continues betting.
Yeah.
And another small bet,
1,000.
1/3 again.
And he shows 6-3.
Oh, for the super nut low almost. Oh my God. Let's go LGZ.
What a hand. And just on time, our boy On Tilt Nick throwing a little shade at his boy in the 9 seat.
I've never been.
Saying that Sam Queso is such a nit. Can't stand that son of a gun.
Wow, well that was a pretty sick play there.
That was indeed.
From LGZ. Just like, no, I'm gonna win. I'm just keep betting until I get it through, and he did.
7 or 8 hours, you get it for free.
So essentially, if you're there for more than 1 day, you're going to get the free.
Oh, you actually does. Yeah, we got to get to
Only took a couple hours, but these guys are definitely loosening up. And they're going to have to with only 2 of them in the green currently.
No joke.
Why would they not want to play there tonight's replace? It's weird. Isn't it?
The nice players want
Champions.
Yeah, Scott came down a few times.
Yeah, Carlos definitely could be up some piles. That Jack's hand is probably going to haunt him a little bit.
It's getting a little too crazy for Scott. He's like, I got an Uber. I'm like, where you going, Scott?
Blacked out.
We're having dinner. It's like 15 of us. Like half the table's Vietnamese.
Wolfgang has not stopped storytelling time while he's got the king-high flush.
That was when the night was starting. I went to a karaoke bar after that. Oh, really?
Okay, still going to bet into him, though.
Yeah, with the clothes on. I thought I won last time. Where's the money? Oh, there it is. That is disgusting.
Story time got a little quiet.
Yeah, but knit button or otherwise, having ace-8 of diamonds on this board, getting check raised feels pretty bad. And he will get shown the king-high flush, so, you know, at least he knows he had it.
Sam's like, yeah, I folded a flush, you know. I just felt you were strong there.
Well, Deluxe Donuts loves to bluff. Well, hell yeah. Big fan of that. And if anybody else loves to bluff and wants to get on the live stream, play with these boys and show us how to bluff or do just about anything else, reach out to Mallory. Her information on screen right there. And she'll get you in the lineup. Also, for anybody who wants to play some poker up and around the Dallas area, we've got the Trailblazer Poker Tour coming to Dallas January 21st through February 3rd. 21 events spaced out over those 2 weeks. Going to be happening at both locations. There's a $400K guarantee multi-flight tournament, $365 buy-in. There are PLO and Hold'em high roller events as well throughout the week. And then, of course, the title event, $800 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed, certain to smash that. Gonna bring up the back end of that series, so really looking forward to that.
Hello. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. They've got flyers everywhere around the clubs now showing the actual schedules. So if you're in the clubs, you can see those flyers up. They've got those little kind of 6-7 foot tall schedule calendars up as well when you walk in the door, so you can see exactly. They're even doing some tag team events. So cool stuff coming up. Check out the schedules on TCH's website or on Poker Atlas.
All right, Sam Queso still good through the turn. Nobody picking up any additional equity here. So the Queen 5 well out in front.
It's pretty random. I went on the weekend. I usually don't play weekends.
Pocket fours definitely has
And I went on a Saturday recently.
some
I was surprised. I thought the game
rationale for sticking around.
But at night, randomly during the week, you get a lot of.
And LGZ will make the call. Z-Fish doing the betting there on the turn, by the way. That's not
5 or 6 birds.
a value bet. And no improvement. So the 5s will win at Showdown if we get there.
Yeah, Sam made the call as well. Z-Fish says, I'm no quitter. Goes grande.
And here we go, 1,800, so full pot, even a little tickle over. Let's see if Sam Queso can sniff this out. And not only pick up a big pot, but get rid of his nit button and have some good fun at the expense of Z-Fish whilst doing it. I think Queen 5 no heart is pretty darn good here as far as bluff catchers go.
Really doing some thinking here. He's going to make this call.
Certainly seems to be headed that direction.
Oh!
No!
No!
Oh,
Gets
no.
shown the Queen High. And in the chat, incoming, on Tilt Nick, where you at?
Nitch.
Damn, Queso. Think long, think wrong.
Yeah, it was such a brilliant spot there. He wins a big pot against a strong opponent. He gets rid of his nit button. Yeah, I mean,
I was rooting for a call. It would have been a great call if he makes the call. You know, either way. Not an easy one, but one he was thinking through, and he had the chips ready. Just couldn't pull that trigger.
yeah, well played by Z-Fish getting that one through. And I mean, the more times this man shows down big bluffs, the more often he's going to get called, you'd think, right? But, I mean, my goodness, he still gets these through sometimes.
Oh, man. There's Nicky Baby in the chat. There he is. Oh, man. Love it. Come on, boys, indeed, from Ryan Lehman. Oh, man. Dude crushes it on another live stream back to back, and now we're just grilling the shit out of him and saying he's going back to the 1-2 streets. Too funny.
Well, right back in the saddle here. Makes the call for 150 with the 4-3 suited. But here's Z-Fish. It's like, I don't have a nit button, but like, F you guys. I've got 8-5 of diamonds, and I'm just going to launch in 800 and push you all out.
Never underestimate the Ocho Stinko.
Ocho Stinko. I mean, Wolfgang here, he's got a pair of sixes, which is like one of the best hands that he's going to have. Just calling behind all of these players, right? I mean, there's a lot of dead money in there. I mean, 650, and there's 1475 in there, but he just lets it go.
Right on time there. He says you keep showing and let him shake in fear, and Z-Fish gets to show him another nasty one. 8-5.
Wow.
Pushing him out.
Oh, wow. All right, so still 3 players with knit buttons. We got Carlos, we got Scott, and we have Sam Queso.
I know. Usually I always think you have it. That's true. Every time I have it, like the
And then we've got Z-Fish, who's absolutely clowning on them.
Yeah, he's still down 2K, but Z-Fish don't care. He's like the honey badger.
We're going in and out after. Group outing, in and out.
There you go, nice hand for Wolfgang on the button here. The ace queen off.
Good.
Hello. Redbirds.
Red birds for the Benham. And yeah, this is going to be dangerous, especially if we get another ace-high board like Benham got earlier, right? Against Sam Queso. Set him up nicely for a big loss. This could be Wolfgang's turn for some damage. He does make the call. Carlos is out of there, and Benham will get to play heads up, 1,700 in the middle. Effective stack is Wolfgang at 8,500, and no ace, no queen, just a couple of kings out there. And yeah, the quarter pot or thereabouts continue from Benham is just about what the doctor ordered. Gonna put Wolfgang in kind of a weird spot. He really shouldn't be folding a hand as strong as ace queen here, and indeed he settles on that decision very quickly, makes the call. And now it's a question of whether Benham wants to continue building the pot himself or perhaps go for a bet check bet line, which with these high card paired boards is really, you know, out of position. I like to mix those in at a pretty high clip. Also protects you against your opponent having a king, because if you do check turn and they go bet, you can call and then sort of reevaluate your life on the river. But Wolfgang is done with it now. Ace queen into the muck on the turn.
Only got left 3.
So Benham here, after getting stacked in like the first orbit set over set, rebuys, gets himself stacked again by Sam Queso, not too much later down the road. Then goes on a pretty sick heater here as of late. I mean,
Yeah.
it shows him being down 4,900, and I think we've actually got those numbers, corrected, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, he did get the full double through Sam when he did have the aces on the button.
I guess maybe it is still off, but that would mean that he's down 10K, and I don't know that he's added on that much.
He added on 10K when he busted, yeah.
Right.
Hey, let me have it one time, man.
So if he has 18 now, then yeah, he should be back up to basically even, and it shows him down 5K. So yeah, I think that's going to be accurate at this point. But yeah, being down 1 buy-in after playing as many hands and as big a pots as he has, it's not a bad spot to be in. LGZ bottom end of the straight draw and folds for just 150. Oh, that was not an actual, that's not flop. Somehow we got a misread there. Saw there was like a 5 out there on the board. Deluxe Donuts is all in. I call. What do you have? Speaking of all in, I don't think I'm going to go all in, but I am going to wager some of my TCH Live loyalty points. Because it seems like the right thing to do.
Well, be prepared to laugh at the fact that I don't have any.
Well,
so I check. Talk to me, Goose. Give me some points here.
No more, please. Say no more, please. That's the third time you tell me that in a row. Thorough watch.
I have 2 points, Aaron.
You have 2, and I just won 500. Let's go.
Fantastic. Well, we will just keep trying.
3 ways.
6-3 offsuit? Yes, you're doing great, Deluxe. I have 7 deuce. So you're slightly better. Not really. I kid. King high board here. Zach smashes the board. It's gut shot for Josh. No improvement for Z-Fish or Josh on the turn. Zach should just take this one down. One would imagine. Another wager.
225. Gets it done.
Still 3 players trying to get rid of that knit button. We'll see if they open it up a little bit here.
This is the longest knit game I've ever played.
Me and Sam for $50. Sam and I, it could be all night.
What time is the straight
Folding.
I think we've had a little bit longer knit game than this, but this is definitely a longer one. But I'm glad
for
you
sure.
brought these buttons out for sure, Aaron, because it's brought us some fun hands for sure.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it, and yeah, I mean, 3 players still with the knit button, right? I mean, we could very well have this go on for a whole nother orbit.
All right, pick a player, Aaron. You got 3 left. Queso, Scott, and Carlos. Who is going to be our knit game loser?
Pick the loser. I will say Scott.
You're going Scott. All right. I'm going to go with the Quesonator. Just because I know what's going to happen in the chat if he loses the knit button game, so I'm going with Sam.
Deluxe, yes, they are. New chips as of just a couple of days ago. Those fresh ones hitting the felt here at Texas Card House in Dallas. And yeah, Voldy, I'll be happy to right as soon as this hand comes to a conclusion. We've got Josh flopping the joint. Zach with a straight draw of his own. And now a pair of kings to go with it.
Venom with the nut diamonds.
How about that?
I was like, it's not fair to everyone at the table.
Yeah, this one is spicy.
And I'm like, oh wow. And then so then I came back over here and he was still
Bet a 300, so relatively modest bet from Josh with the goods. Going to get called all the way down the line.
I forget what I said. I said something really.
And it's a board pairing 10. Straight still best. Now Josh goes for a check, and this is going to be like the nut worst result for Josh. After flopping the goods, doesn't get anyone to bluff, doesn't get more than $300 out of his opponents on the turn.
He said he's been playing too much PLO. Got a little worried about all that could be out there. Yeah, that'll do it sometimes.
All right, so Voldy, the knit button, you have to win a hand in order to get rid of your knit button. And you play down to just 1 player remaining. The last player who has their knit button is going to have to pay a penalty. In this case, tonight, it's $50 per player, so $450 that will be played as a splash pot. So that loser has to put $450 into the pot before the hand is dealt, and then that will be something for everyone to fight over. There are some nuances around it that it looks like Big Raj is describing there. And yeah, there's a couple of little things, right? So like, you have to show your hand in order to get rid of your nit button. It's not enough just to win a hand and then muck your cards. Like, you have to show your cards. And then in addition to that, if you notice that someone else is like going to muck their cards and not, you know, get rid of their nit button, and you say something to remind them, then you can actually inherit their nit button from them for, you know, basically opening your mouth. But anyways, let me know if you have any other questions. We get a queen on the end. Looks like ace jack high is good. Showdown if we get there.
And it looks like one of us is going to be right, as Carlos is going to get rid of his nit button. So it is up to Scott and Sam Queso here for the nit button.
Here we go, man. Put another meal
Burrito,
item
taco.
or a beverage. Yeah, we'll put add it to the list. Man, you're gonna
I'm ready to say put it on my tab, because I think I'm just you're running pretty good against me in these.
Yeah, I think I've got you on the hook for like a Taco Bell meal and a beer, I think, at this point.
I think so. Big Raj says, "Come on, Queso." Well, that's my loser, so I can't help you there, Big Raj.
He owed somebody money in the game too. I forget. Might have been he owed someone.
All right, so the onus on.
Money in the game. He owed it for a long time.
And Sam Queso gets queens.
Ridiculous.
Gonna be tricky for him to lose the net game here.
Josh.
Holding.
I need Josh to come through with the ace queen somehow.
We're rooting against him over here.
Carlos
is
10-9. He's coming along.
He is a riot, but he like, you know, banging the table so nice. Then he gets
Oh yeah, Sam is definitely a cool cat for sure. We're just doing a little side bet action here just to have a little fun.
So the second time, you just like, we're playing the Nick game.
All right, 3 waves to a flop. Can the queens hold? They are still best. The 9-10 picks up a pair. Ace-queen has a gutty to Broadway. And Sam Queso checks the jack-high board.
Carlos should be happy with that check. Much improved on the turn. Josh can as well.
And a brilliant turn card for the queens.
You said that shit the other day. You said that shit the other day. That's facts.
Yeah, he's definitely going to start putting some money in now.
Yeah,
break my heart.
Ooh, put it on his tab. Let's go.
Like 10 minutes later,
all right.
we get all in.
A meal at Taco Bell and 2 beverages. Josh folds.
We saw him like later come to
No, Josh calls and hits a king on the river. Oh! King ball one time. Oh, what a prick.
Less than pot remaining here for Sam Queso.
Well done, Mr. Queso.
Have you been playing around Dallas?
Recently, yeah, the last like ever since he went on the line. Oh, you bumped into his girlfriend? Does she look like him? Oh, Asian. She's gotta be short. Why?
Because like,
2,200.
Goes half pot on the turn and roughly half pot here on the end. And wow, Josh is like, maybe this is my chance to pick off the guy with the nit button who's up to no good here. Ace queen high, good, maybe?
Throw a little extra 125 in the middle.
Kind of a spicy line to take, though, right? Like, let's be honest. You 3-bet pre, trying to squeeze everybody out. Get called in a couple spots, see a jack high board, just like totally give it up. Like, okay, whatever, I guess I lose. And then it checks through. And then the board pairing deuce, all of a sudden you're like, all right, never mind, I guess we just go for it. And just like half pot your way to victory with a bluff. Doesn't seem very credible to me.
Wow,
but
makes the call with ace high.
Yeah, Josh trying to find the dirtiness. And instead just gets punished.
Gets punished.
9,400 there.
There you go. Sam not only gets rid of his knit button and wins our little side bet, but he's going to win all that extra cheddar there, the extra queso going his way after getting looked up by Hoptown Josh with just the ace high.
Yeah, he pretended he didn't see.
And I owe Aaron another meal, I guess. Damn it.
We'll call it just a beverage. Just a beverage.
All right. 2 bevies and some taco hell.
I did not expect.
Man, I should be running the juice on you too, man. I'll work up an extra taco or something.
Yeah, there you
so
go.
I will, I will be up there for the Trailblazer tour. I'm not sure if I'll be up there for the 400K or just the main. Time will tell, but I will be up there, and I'm going to cash in.
I'm going to change my phone number. Still a knit, Nick says. Damn it. All it took was pocket pair, an over pair, living on the edge indeed for Mr. Sam Queso. Wolfgang has not hit the sevens yet tonight. Maybe he's got a new favorite hand.
I'm sorry about that, guys. What's it called? Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the splash.
I forgot about
Splash pot in this hand. Extra 450 out there.
Yeah, how did we get down to just 2 players? Wait, are we sure? It's in this one?
I'm not sure. Should have been.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I would expect there to have been more like more action to try to get in on this. Doesn't quite look like there's enough in there. So maybe the hand was getting dealt out just like right away, and Scott didn't pony up yet. I don't know. Or maybe there was just a lot more money in that pot than it looked like. I don't know.
All the more reason I could meet him. All right, splash pot number 2.
What range of hands could I jam?
Oh,
they
doing
did chop it into 2.
Which at $50 per person really doesn't do that much.
$225.
That's why we couldn't
yeah.
tell there was
200
much in there.
They may have done 250 on one, and now it's you see the 200 out there, so just 200 in this hand.
Okay.
We need to tell these suckers go back to $100. It's not my money, and I'm telling them what to do, but still.
Yeah, 200 twice just doesn't really do very much.
LGZ, big fan of the 10-4. You're gonna raise it up.
All right, Carlos comes along from the straddle, and 3 players are going to see a flop.
3 ways.
And nobody has anything. Oh, excuse me, pair 9 for Carlos. Pardon me.
No, 840. Somehow they switched to military time and I just messed it up.
Gutter ball coming in hot for Sam Queso.
Yeah, that is a tasty turn. Offsuit 10.
LGZ, no doubt, going to bet his pair of tens.
It does seem like the king-queen had sort of a natural bluff on the flop when checked to, so it is maybe a little bit odd to get raised here. You're like, wait, what? Would you ever check back like 10-9 and now you picked up 2 pair? Like that makes some sense, but I have a 10, so it's hard for you to have 10-9. Doesn't matter, shows a 10 and lays it down, so Sam Queso will get it through and shows a queen.
Shows the lady.
I suck at basketball now, so can't do that anymore. Pickleball game.
Well, after the player shows me the 10 and folds, I don't know if I'm going to give him any information there on what I'm just going to take his money. But they're playing friendly. New name, Crazy Action Sam. Coming in hot.
Yeah, what do you think? How much was it?
Like Friday, it was
Couple
like,
hundred.
that was like 100.
Oh, less. Wow.
Just about to hit hour number 3. TCH Live from Dallas, Texas. 5-10-25 game. Sam Queso and Wolfgang Poker tonight, and Hoptown Josh coming back in and joining us. So it's definitely been a all-star lineup, and all of our old school fellas as well. With Z-Fish and Carlos and Benham, and of course Zach Barron. And LGZ joined us tonight, so excited to have another new player, Scott over there in the 2C.
Yeah, it's great. So now when I look at a building, I look at the amenities and I'm like, oh, no cold plunge. Yeah, a lot of them don't have it. But the art. That's the best part. It's in West Valley.
Scott does take it up to 150 after some limping. LGZ is going to go for a limp and a fold with the 850, so Josh will be the only taker.
That's exactly like ours. Yeah, and the pool area is really nice. The gym's nice.
And 3 to a straight flush. That's not nothing. But ace-high board and Scott continuing to bet doesn't feel great.
They're overrated, man. I used to live.
There's been a lot of problems in the building too.
And 2 pair now for Scott on the turn.
When I look at
Checky.
When I looked at yesterday too, it had
And now we have 6 high for Josh, and Scott has checked the turn.
It's funny because there's a sweat house next to my building, like connected to my building. I'm like,
Wouldn't hate a bet here, but if you're gonna bet, you need to rep the 10 and go big. Instead, he'll just fully give it up, checks it over, and Scott will take it down.
Yeah, I didn't see the start of the hand. Voldy, not sure who had the ace-10 there, but not enough in that pot, I don't think, for Hoptown to try a big bluff there. It was about 890 bucks. I think thought about it for a second, but was like, you know what, I'm going to pick a better spot. If I'm going to make a big bluff, it's going to be worth a little more.
Like, I mean, you sweat buckets. Yeah, significantly more than just a regular. I felt like
Zach still up 10K. Scott and Sam Queso up 3 and 2K respectively.
I'll do 40 minutes straight. I'll do like 15-minute increments.
I love his stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, my knee was I caught one out last summer, and I did the whole use over toes protocol.
TV, so I turn on the
Isn't it crazy? 150.
We never grew up doing that either. Even as an athlete, I never did anything like that. And I'm like, bro, we were taught not to have your knees go past your toes.
Exactly, like constantly, yeah.
Gotcha, Wolfgang was under the gun there with the ace-10. Picks up on the button, though, now with a nice king-queen of hearts.
I've never seen anybody do that. And it's so easy. Yeah, I put kettlebells on my foot. Yeah, or a kettlebell.
Zach doesn't want to play the suited one-gapper there. Another spot where I think those hands play well enough, and you're deep enough against your opponent where if you make something, you can whack your opponent for a big chunk, but also fair play to just stay out of harm's way when playing out of position.
In the garage or something.
That's what I'm
A lot of my buddies use their pool.
Didn't want to go heads up with the Wolfmaster. Carlos Espinosa says, let's freaking go, Wolf.
That's bad. Yeah. What happened to him exactly?
You're at the Brady?
Actually,
No.
did not.
A little rush here for Wolfgang.
150.
King, queen, now queen, jack suited.
Honestly,
Z-Fish just calls the open with the 2 9s.
Here we
on the
go,
button.
Josh. Let's go. 7 Dewey.
yeah, I was like, if it's real bad, they're gonna want to cut into me.
Yeah, come on, absolutely.
Yeah, 5 players gonna see a flop here.
It's not
This is the best one.
5 ways.
Sucks while you're in it. The best
So I was like, nah, I'm gonna see if I can fix it myself.
Let me get there though. Like during my workout, all I'm thinking about is like how long.
10 high board, so over cards and a gut shot for Wolfgang. A pair of 10s for LGZ and the 9s for Z-Fish. Don't hate this board, but with 5 players in there,
It's this guy called.
yeah, there's bets going in and calls. The 9s start to shrivel up, but Z-Fish isn't going anywhere just yet.
But it's like his like program to bulletproof your knees, your
Oh,
shoulders.
7 deuce of diamonds would have got a little equity there. I was really hoping for that.
His like program just has done.
In the muck.
Double gutted now for Wolfgang, and the ace favors his range.
Your knee going
Even though he's up against 2 opponents, I think a nice size up here, something like 1100,
muscles
is
that you don't usually exercise, and it does.
nice way to continue applying pressure.
Even if you're doing like dumbbell presses.
He hears you, Aaron.
Full range of motion, so like get it down here.
Which you usually, most people don't. They start to do a little pulse and little 8 3/4 reps.
I can draw myself doing push-ups.
Little less, but still puts out an $850 bet there.
Should go all the way.
You do them elevated like on the dumbbells too. Yeah. It's crazy how when my shoulders start to hurt, I'll go.
Yeah, half pot instead of 2/3. I mean, roughly equivalent as far as applying pressure. But LGZ here, the queen 10. I mean, it's one of those hands where you really you can't be folding all of your 10s, right? And queen 10 is your second best 10. So yeah, it doesn't have any additional, ways to improve gut shot or anything like that. But yeah,
There you go, Wolfgang back in the black there.
Big Raj, the 7 deuce game is not on as far as I'm aware.
I'm not doing the stream. I hate that table. I'm like, not so bad.
Like, really? I don't even have to read.
Exactly. Sorry, Wolf guy. Shot you straight over there.
Still let it happen again.
Yes, sir. 1 round penalty next time it does, right?
Since he's jealous, I'm not talking to him like that. He likes to talking down to him.
Just wait till you see how I trash you in my intro. It's crazy.
Edward, the players have mics.
We're not even playing heads together.
I already know.
I turned it up a little bit.
Yes, sir. Alright, if y'all want to stick around after the stream, I'll be able to heads up now.
Boldy says he wants to see Wolfgang win a big pot. He stacked him the other day with quad jacks on his Wolfmas video.
So we're the betting.
I'll have to check that out. I may have seen it, but glad to see you're still rooting for the guy who stacked you with quad
Got
jacks.
a game going on now.
Great.
Battle of the big 3s here. Both players pick up a gut shot. Sam Queso,
man,
and the
yeah.
king gets it through.
Gets her done.
That's where it grew.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great area.
Yeah. Drive like this all the way, you can go downtown, you can go Plano, whatever you
There are your winners and losers, Carlos. So far, Zach, Scott, Sam, and now Wolfgang, the only players that are currently winning. Still think Benham is maybe closer to even than it's showing there.
We thought we were gonna get you, man.
Yeah, if you just add it up, right, it's like 20K in losses there, the showing, and only about 15K in wins. And everybody that started playing is still here. So yeah, I think Benham is actually even. Like maybe we overcorrected his stack or something. Something happened in
Yeah, do you
there.
mind
500 and we can
scanning
start
again?
talking.
Sorry, I'm going to scan. You mind scanning real quick, Benham?
Everybody at the tail and give me 100, I'll get up.
And Logan, I'm sorry to ask you again. This doesn't want to hit you.
Get this near
150.
You're good. I'm setting on that.
I'm starting to remember.
Dude, if I played the game before, I probably know like 40,000.
Yeah.
Benham open
All right,
range.
Benham here opens the button with the King 6 offsuit. Gets called by everyone else in the hand that was left to act.
Might have flopped the flush draw hand.
You may not have I did. 300. You got 1,400 and now it's just-
And LGZ is just going to donk lead here with the ace 9 of diamonds.
Basically like going for a gutter. I gotta fill up.
How Buck does
Heart flush draw though for Josh.
because
And those two players heads up to a turn.
I got one.
I think you did ask me.
Yeah, I was like, holy crap.
Then we probably
They're like one.
And I don't know how accurate that 10 of hearts is. It is accurate.
1,200.
So they have Black Friday, which I didn't use.
Full
You
pot
get a
here
sign-up code
now.
every time you buy a new order.
On the
When you're a
river.
new customer, you get
And
like 15 or
LGZ
20.
will pay it
Make a
off.
new email every
Specific
time.
pants.
It's on anything.
Anything.
Okay, I did that, and I put it, like, I tried to purchase those, and it literally said, your item cannot use, like,
color did you
this.
get?
I mean, you're at me spot on. That's exactly what I wanted.
I promise, bro.
All right, nice hand there for Josh.
All these ILO sets, and I
I
showed
tried to get another pair of
Just
different
under
colors.
2K in profit with
This
that.
is the only item in the store.
Big flush there.
The only item in the store that this does not work.
I was like, bro, come on, dude.
That's so much money.
How do you wear them a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good read. That's a good read.
There's some other ones that don't have like the pocket.
What if I show?
I got those too, and I don't know what the material is, but the material is top tier.
It's great.
It's expensive, but I mean,
I'll
you get what you pay for.
I've probably spent like 4K or 5K.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
25.
So bad.
Do they make like golf joggers, Alex?
Yeah.
Trying to.
I got a nice cream.
It's worth it.
The t-shirts are nice too.
Really?
T-shirts are nice.
Like
Yeah. They've got some good just like basic tees.
Oh, you have a 300. Wrong color. That's like you wake up,
No.
you have a sharp.
Almost as bad as the upside down Dallas hat. Sorry if anybody has one.
All right, so Wolfgang opens, Z-Fish puts in the 3-bet next to act. And now we're back over and around to Sam Queso here in the big blind. Ace 4 of hearts, not going to get after it.
That's a soccer player.
That's upside down poker hat.
Oh, it's a soccer.
Wrong color, man, but whatever.
So what?
And Voldy, no, it's actually been a little while, quite a long time since Texas Card House did a bad beat. I feel like it's been
That's actually for that.
over a year. What do you think?
Yeah, we've been calling for it, hoping that somebody's ears open out there. Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
Those are fighting.
The rematch.
Those are fighting.
One by one.
Yeah.
Tom saying, yeah, the bad beats happen a lot.
Good buy, 300. Ownership buy.
It's hilarious. It's time to put it in.
All right, so Z-Fish here has the betting lead. Does continue. Wolfgang makes a good call here with effective 4th pair and the best hand, but now an ace on.
Oh man, whoever says
Turn.
drink square shit is not cool. Hey,
Takes
fuck off.
Z-Fish
Man, I'll do
well
all the
out
first
into
shit.
the lead.
1,200.
And hits him with the full pot. Wolfgang. Oh, I thought he was going to do something there. It's all
Jack right here.
all act.
Jack.
No. Oh, you got lucky. You got so lucky.
Wow. Didn't matter which one fucking
Man,
top.
didn't matter. Oh my God. You still got owned, but that's okay.
Still got owned.
Man, I'll tell you. What a hero. Dude, I had a king there.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, you know what? Let's juice.
Sorry about that.
All right, Z-Fish going to juice it up. Got the $100 in there.
I hate going
5, 10, 25, 50, 100.
Yeah, they get
Who are the good guys at this table?
He's a good guy, yeah.
Who else? Who else? Who else?
I don't know about you yet, man. We gotta.
But like, based off of first impression, probably.
Good guy.
A lot better than Justin.
Folds to Scott. And he doesn't play the suited Happy Meal?
Oh my god, man.
He's been married too long.
Why are you so stubborn?
I have a whole strategy here. Small blind versus big blind. It's very complex.
Check.
All right, a familiar battle here, Wolfgang and Z-Fish. Neither player connecting.
Oh my god. That flop.
Ooh, they both pick up a pair though, the 7. Oh wait, no, Wolfgang flopped the jack, so now he's got 2 pairs.
Yeah, I got the 2-piece.
550.
Little stubborn Z-Fish.
9.
Oh, wow. Wham!
Okay, throwing out all of the short quotes. Cinco de Mayo and now a wham. And it goes check, check. No wham.
Wolfgang tries to set him up with a little slow roll there, but
I 100% would never do that to you. I thought you were going to play me on that hand, dude.
I was gonna go for it.
You're supposed to go for it on the river.
you're supposed to go for it, he says. Come on, Z-Fish, bluff me.
You're supposed to go for it, yeah. He's so good.
All right, Wolfgang creeping back up to almost 1,000 a profit, 850.
What is it, 50? Alright, round 2.
Round 2. Like round 4.
So sick, man. This guy's too good.
That was my turn. I was honest. I'm always honest, you know. One of the few.
Man, thank God I didn't hit my other pair.
I think you put too much out. I think yeah, if you want to, yeah, there you go. All right.
That's fine.
150. Between the two of us, we'll get it right. Taylor was giving me hints in the booth too. So. We don't call it a booth, right? Back room sounds weird.
Josh's going to raise it up with the Jack X.
3 ways. All right.
In and out on me. How about that? Yeah.
Wow, X is 5.
400.
Hey, Mom. Yeah, turn it on right now. I just got a guy in big
Up and downer for Z-Fish though. Nice looking board for him.
Thanks, Z.
Loosen up, man. You're a little tight.
I need the cold one. I need the start.
Dude, you gotta go, man.
Wolfgang just called his mom to let him know that he won a hand through Z-Fish. Bill James, we could use a little RV Phil. RV Phil, if you're out there, say hello. Hope you're doing well. Love to have you on again soon. Bet we will see you for the Trailblazer tournaments. Definitely the main event.
But it's super good for your blood circulation. Yeah.
I wonder if RV Phil's got plans to go and try to just take down the next Choctaw main as well.
I bet he does. He's got himself a banner. Heard Zach off stream earlier talking about it. He said, yeah, I get tilted every time I walk in that room now. Because he knocked me out to win the whole thing, and I got to see his face on the banner. But pretty kick-ass to have 2 of our locals here have played heads up for that match. So good stuff.
Heck
Try to find a hand you can beat.
Hell yeah,
And a
brother.
couple of 9s. Carlos here drills it.
Been a little quiet lately, Mr. Carlos.
And the top pair jack kicker for LGZ gonna get him into trouble a little bit here perhaps, as his stack once again has dwindled down.
Oh, big trouble in Little China.
It's the 4-bet hand. Every time I do it, I lose with it. So I don't know. Ace.
Yeah, top 2 pair for LGZ, 1180 in the middle.
I'm not a pro either.
And he
I was hoping you
could
would
not
tap
be
in and
faulted
give me
for
one.
trying to, you know, go for maximum value here.
All in and a call.
And needs an ace or a jack to get bailed out here, and that does not come. So Carlos going to take LGZ down to the felt.
Big hand there for Carlos. 3,100 in profit.
We were fine. Thank you.
Not anymore? He used to play it, didn't he?
I think LGZ might be coming back to reload, but he's going to take a step away for a minute.
Just the clock. Keep it in the clock.
And a nice little pickup there for Carlos. Gets him just about 1,000 away from getting unstuck. 4 players in the black at the moment. Wolfgang up 675.
I was saying I'm clocking you right now. You have to go on touch.
All right, well, it actually looks like LGZ is going to take his leave after that.
200's the bet. I was just saying
So at least for the time being, we will have an open seat here. And we'll find out momentarily if we've got a list for this game and whether or not that seat will be filled. Jack 8-7 rainbow flop, queen 9 with a gut shot. Pocket deuces still best for the time being.
You have Jack 3-bet, flop 300.
And Z-Fish in the mix with the 6s as well, but he will quickly fold. Zach will take it down.
What's that?
It shows a turn card as he's dealing. Picked it up. Some of those RFID scanners sometimes pick up things even after the hand is over there, but yeah, that was not a turn that was out there.
Chinese poker, but play it, it's a point system game. You play it against each person at the table. So
All right, we're through just under 3.5 hours, 79 hands of this 5-10-25 no limit game from TCH Live here in Dallas, Texas. I'm Aaron. I said almost. I'm Aaron McAvoy. I'm Eric Van Loozen.
And I'm Eric Van Loozen.
Joining me, Aaron McAvoy, of course.
I've ever told how to play the game. They're like, oh, it's kind of like Chinese.
Chiming in from Austin, Texas. Aaron Money McAvoy.
Happy to be here, Aaron. You know, it's always good.
And then
Trading Places, you know, the old movie.
You not play open fish?
Yeah, or like Face Off, you know?
Yeah.
We could trade faces.
Took his face off.
Danny, what's the top stack?
I'm sorry?
What's the biggest stack?
Probably Benham.
You have like 2, 4, 6.
I haven't thought about that movie in a long time. It was terrible, from what I recall.
Yeah, tough to go back and watch some of those movies. You know, you liked them when you were younger, but a little cheese when you get older.
For sure. All right, king on the turn here for Carlos, but Benham, Rivers, another 7, trip 7s. Benham.
That was Benham last week. We nicknamed him Bing Bang Benham because he was just hitting to the tune of a 50K profit last week.
Actually, when I played the
Man, what a night.
Absolutely.
my winnings at like 3,200 or something like that. It was like
We actually thought he won the final flip of the night, which would have just been so gross because he's already up 50, but it actually was JD that won that one. But we were just like, man, this guy can do no wrong tonight.
I didn't win that much, bro.
50K and he walks away with the flip.
I'm sorry?
Thankfully, we found out that somebody else got to win a hand
You're going to come back? Okay.
because it was the Benham show.
Logan's going to come back.
Logan is going to come back, so LGZ will be back in seat 8. That's good news.
stirring controversy with my hot takes about what early 2000s films. Was it even early 2000s?
Oh man, I want to say late 90s, but it could have been early 2000s.
Good Lord, yeah, I don't even remember exactly, but
Nicolas Cage. Who was the other one?
Travolta.
Yeah, Travolta. Two of the most amazing actors ever.
All right, Z-Fish 3-betting 870 from the button. Zach makes the call, and heads up we go. 7 right in the window, and a 10 and a 9 behind it, so pretty good board for the 8-7. Really tough to continue with a hand like Ace-Queen, even though this is sort of like your board as the original raiser. If he had a diamond here, you could think about check raising. Just like, you know, this is my board. You don't have any of this. Although, of course, we see that Z-Fish does indeed. And he's allowed to have some of this, right? I mean, you know, 3-betting with 9-10 suited, 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited, you know, all sorts of things in that ballpark will connect with this board. But, you know, the sets all belong, of course, to
Okay, let's rewatch. That's all we mandatory on the 25. When we rewatch the stream, hey, but if I was right, you owe me enough. All right, no. Yeah.
I had a red queen. I had a red queen.
Another quick reminder that tomorrow we've got the first flights of the launch into the new year 100K guaranteed tournament kicking off. 30-minute levels, 25K starting stack, only $200 buy-in, and you get to combine your best 2 bags to bring into day 2, as well as get a $1,000 payout for each bag after that. So come on down, hang out with us here in Austin, TCH Social, and work your way towards big bag for day 2 and a big chunk of change.
You're 34? Yeah. Changes everything. I'm your dad.
I know that.
How old are you?
How does it feel to be your age?
4 to 69.
Really?
How much child is this?
I do like when I get sick now or something. Like I got sick recently. I got whatever flu.
I started school early.
My recovery was like, man, I'm like,
I know, we're like a year and a half apart.
I used to be able to bounce back from like.
I started law school when I was 20.
You're the 50 if you want.
That started the full plunger. It helps barely got a recovery. The full plunger. I'm surprised with the especially when it gets
helped you.
Yeah.
I feel like the sauna like.
The sauna gets rid of the toxin.
All right, Carlos getting back in the action with the ace-10. Talking about his law school days, but he's going to raise this one up to 75. Back to Zach. Ace-queen here.
Yeah, looking down at some pretty nice hands. And an easy squeeze. Takes it up to just 425.
What kind of salt are you?
And Carlos makes the call here. Ace-10 offsuit. Does get to play in position, but hand does not play particularly well, the unsuited variety.
Yeah, salt gets a bad rep, but it's actually
It's dominated at a pretty high clip and doesn't have that sort of backup flush equity to kind of bail it out. 9 high board here. Ace-queen still well out in front. Both players control a club, but it doesn't matter. Zach bets and gets the job done.
Nice hand, nice hand. Heck yeah, Tony Ferguson coming in with a super chat. Thank you very much, and reminding everybody to smash that like button and hit subscribe. Much appreciated, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. And in solidarity with your super chat, I'm going to gamble some of my TCH Live loyalty points. Let's see if I can get a double whammy here.
You tape your mouth every night.
Spin up these points.
I wear the nose strips, but I don't tape my mouth. I wear a nose strip.
been mouth taping every night.
Hey, honka, 78. Let's go.
While you're sleeping, and
It helps.
I mean, I sleep great to begin with. She really got
I
me
still
onto
have
it,
2
but
points.
apparently
Fantastic.
tons of studies have been done, and it's like
Thank you,
really,
TCH Live, loyalty points.
There's like a study
Streamlabs,
where, like,
really
half
hooking
the
a brother
group
up
did,
there.
Like mouth taping and half the group did nose taping, and just the difference of breathing through your nose, your mouth is like tenfold.
Logan, how much you get back and forth?
But do you pair the mouth tape with the nose?
No.
5,000. Yes.
I've seen people do both because then you can really breathe through your nose.
All right,
I
pair
do,
for Benham, straight draw and overcards for Scott. At least overcards to the pair that Benham has. But Scott is just done with it. He says, I don't
Have you tried it
need
before?
anything
Like, nose strip? Bro, it's actually crazy. I just
on
get
this
like basic
monotone.
ones. You can more oxygen, I guess. You can get it at like Walmart. And, you know,
There you go, showing me up, Tony. You got 6, really?
Oh, no,
no, just for bed.
Beast mode.
Yeah, just to sleep better because it's
Try mouth tape, it's fun.
yeah.
All right, so we're starting off LGZ fresh. He hasn't lost any money tonight. He's back in for 5K in the 8 seat. Clean slate. Starting over.
You can't even talk.
Does it hurt when you take it off?
That's like a band-aid.
It's KT tape essentially, right? Yeah, basically, yeah. I've seen people doing that.
Look at the brand, it's called hostage tape.
Well,
Yeah.
a subsidiary of KT.
Do you use it for sex too?
I mean,
I forgot we're on the stream.
it's cool. You
Yeah.
come up with that on her own.
On a few things.
You know, Carlos has been on his best behavior. We've turned up the mics and we've not heard our normal shenanigans from Carlos tonight. Where are the dirty jokes, Mr. Carlos?
So Danny, are you gonna be needing till the end?
Good check. No, I don't think so. 450. Unless somebody doesn't show up, in which case I'll just keep on my foot.
Boy,
I was gonna ask you.
you thought y'all were getting off easy?
Yeah,
That's a pro
some
tournament
unforeseen
move.
circumstance happens. We will flip again.
Now you're stuck.
All right, another Z-Fish squeeze, this time with 10-9 suited. And Wolfgang gonna
Oh.
play out of
Hasn't
position
been playing Taiwanese lately.
against it.
Let's go. Queen 10 versus 10-9 suited.
Head up.
And a nice flop for the 10-9 of hearts. Gives you plenty to work with, and the king high board always going to be favorable for your range.
Oh, there goes.
Turtle shell activated once again.
So hard to read it right there.
He said 5. I was about to be like minimum's 25.
You're like, oh, my bad.
Oh man! Oh my God! Easy money.
Trying to figure out is it 10 or is it 25? Thank you, Venom. Or
Nice
not Venom,
easy
sorry.
win there. Yeah, the
It's your
queen
plus
10. Pretty loose continue there from Wolfgang, but they're having fun,
That peak
and we encourage it.
All right, new dealer coming in. This is Venom wanted me out of here.
That's what I heard, bro.
Appreciate y'all
He
very
said,
much.
Venom wanted me out of here. New dealer.
Next up,
Thanks, Danny.
I don't know, is it okay?
Great job there from Danny Benosi. Excellent dealer there. A little southpaw.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks.
And next dealer coming in. While they're doing this quick change out, remind everybody that the big Trailblazer tour is coming starting on the 21st, a week from today. They've already got some satellites going on for some of these events.
It's the most convenient spot for me.
I think there's 7 satellites a week actually right now, so really cool opportunity to get some satellite tokens for any event, but you can use them for some of these events. There's going to be 21 events total between the 2 locations, TCH Dallas and Las Colinas, starting the 21st and ending February 3rd, highlighted by that $1 million guarantee title event, $800 buy-in. Hopefully we crush that and somebody wins a $250,000 or more for first place. That's going to be awesome. 365 buy-in for the 400K guarantee multi-flight as well. Plus there's some PLO and Hold'em high roller events. There's some tag team events. There's some, I think, single draw, deuce through 7 events. So a lot of cool stuff. Come and check that out for sure if you want to come play in some tournaments here. Coming up 21st through February 3rd. And it looks like Mr. Salvador, a.k.a. Sally.
Oh, I got it straight.
I got a flush. 9-high flush.
9-high flush. I see.
Turn a set and a flush draw.
All you need is, oh my god, look at spade higher than a what?
Look at your hand, Benham.
I got queen nine.
Oh,
Wow, what a slow roll, bro.
And second hand. Oh my
I got the straight flush.
This guy, man. Ah. Oh, professional
Feels there, bro.
You know I'm gonna buy with your $100?
Yes.
Aloe fan.
Sam Queso got a little tease there. Wolfgang with the slow roll
$65.
wins that flip
Nice try.
with a queen high flush.
You want one more?
And just like that, third dealer in the box tonight, Mr. Sal. And the nip buttons are coming back out. There we go. Tony Ferguson putting it into existence here, the poker sphere. He wants some action for this last part of our stream. Let's go. Josh got rid of his knit button first last time. He's going to wake up with the AK suited. And then right next to him, 3s and 2s.
We'll see if we can get a top pair versus set over set or something insane to start off the new round of the knit game.
Oh, an ace 3-2 would be fantastic. Especially with Z-Fish having 5-4. Oh my God, can we have it one time, please? One time.
That would be so
Oh, but
savage.
Z-Fish folded. Z-Fish folded. Son of a gun. Ace 3-2. We can still hope for it, though.
Oh my gosh.
Oh! Little tease piece.
Yeah, ace high board, no sets, and nobody with a flush draw, if I recall. Yeah. Oh no, Wolfgang does have a flush draw.
Ah, yeah,
pardon me.
Wolfgang.
He's tall, that makes sense. But... Did you say a number or just see that out there? It's 1,000.
Knit button game. 1,000 being bet into you, and you got the ace jack out of position. I think you can be folding your ace jacks here, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky spot to be in, and I don't envy his position. Back over to Wolfgang. Now, he's actually getting a better price to call, but every time another player commits chips, you worry more and more about them having a better flush draw, and you just, like, you know, being up a creek does just get out of the way, and would have improved with a pair of 7s, but ace-king still best. Josh here, who has had some tough sledding, is going to put the lion's share of his stack across the line, 2,800, into a pot of 3K. At that point, I'm not sure why you wouldn't just stuff the whole kit and caboodle. As a slight overbet here is not really that much different than betting just under full pot. Scott here was the loser of the last knit game, but
yeah,
oh,
weird.
No, just
weird decision there. He was thinking about it and then just ripped out of nowhere.
I think Scott maybe just in kind of a spot where he's like, I just don't.
Oh my God! Hits the jack.
Oh wow. That is a savage river card there for Josh. Scott, obviously, a fantastic river card, but wow.
The power of Towley, his card protector over there, high as a kite and laughing right now as he hit 2 pair on the river. Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty big misstep there from Scott. Obviously still does have the jack equity, but my goodness, yeah, putting not only the 2,800 in, but the remaining like 1,100 plus. just like, you know, I'm not getting bluffed. We're playing the nit game. I lost it last time. I'm not letting that happen again. I've got top pair here and just drills the river to savagely take Josh down to the felt. So we're going to count this all down, but yeah, it does look, at least by the math in the system, that he is going to be cooked.
Yeah, I just was listening there a second ago to Wolfgang kind of talking. He was like, you know, I really felt like you had like a king something of spades, and that's why you were calling and thinking about it for a second. So I just folded that 10 high spade draw. But then I also heard Scott saying, you know, I can't just call there out of position. So he just decided to rip it. That was one of the options. The other, of course, was to fold. But man, what a spot. And a nice, generous tip from Scott there to Sal, who bailed him out with a jack on the river. What a hand.
Truth. And devastation for Josh, right? I mean, it's like sort of the perfect spot. Get your opponent to make a big misstep for all the chips, and
yeah, one card to come, somebody jamming into you, you make the right call, and 3-outer, bink.
But Josh is undeterred, going to reach into the old back pocket, pull out a water catch, and see if he can't get things spun back up here.
We'll root for him for sure. We were glad to have him back. He's been on before and just always a lot of fun in our room. We'll see if he can't get lucky. From Kentucky, Mr. Uptown Josh.
I think they can come on stage. They can come. There's a few places where they won't come on this stream. Well, it depends.
We needed to get that queen 3 of clubs in there and have the full suited queen battle, but it goes by the wayside. Benham and Carlos do bring up the rear, and we will have 4 players check out this flop. A couple of hearts out there with the queen jack of hearts. Forget who's wielding that one, though. It's Sam Queso. And the 10-9 for Benham, as well as the queen 9 for Zach, has some reason to stick around, perhaps.
We get the 7 of spades one time, Salvador. Now, good thing, Roderick, we scan and use those money pins on all our bills over 20 here. 20 and over, I should say. Scott over there still stacking those chips. Look at that.
Yeah, well, he's got to go through and sort them all out by color and whatever, because all got the same new look on them. The Dallas skyline there. All right, we do have only 2 players make it to the turn, as it is that 10-9 and queen 9. And neither player... Wait, how is queen jack of hearts not in this? What happened to that hand?
That hand
Sam
fell off
Queso
the map
folded
somehow?
that? I was like, I think these 2 hands have some reason to stick around, but of course the queen jack of hearts does.
Absolutely.
And now we don't even see it on screen. Did Wolfgang just rub off on Sam Queso like really hard? What the hell? And in the nit game, how are you not in there with queen jack of hearts? I don't understand that.
Yeah, it may have been a little bit more difficult for Zach to put in a huge bluff against another opponent there. Had Sam made the call, but either way, Sam folds and Zach gets a big bluff through there. Gets rid of his nit button.
I like the chips in general.
Yeah.
Until they get big. 300.
All right, let's see if LGZ can't get the train back on the tracks here. Ace king suited. Takes it up to 300. And wow, just takes down the blinds. Wins 90 bucks with like one of the best hands he's seen all night. But he is out of the Nick game, so that's something.
Yeah. Saves himself $450.
Oh, there's a Ray. Oh, there's a Ray.
No, I'm not card dead anymore.
Yeah.
I think that ace-9 was the best hand I have.
Yeah, he normally wears hats. Josh wears a lot of hats when he's in the room, and very recognizable guy.
I could tell by your reaction when I called you. I had you.
Yeah, for sure. When you called so fast, I knew it. But I don't know if you're an ace-10.
There's no money behind me. Of course you have to call, right?
Yeah, but I thought maybe there'd be a little hesitation. You called so quick. That's okay. I'm definitely behind.
Hey, at least you made your kids proud, right?
Literally, I gotta listen to me.
If he calls,
Let me see. Let me change it. Sure. But then what happens with like a weird spade?
Did you have a spade?
Z-Fish with a blackjack hand on the button. What else do you do but raise it up? Never mind. Call? No. Yeah, 3-bet. I was like, no, you're not calling 7-3. All right, Carlos is calling with ace-king, and Benham sticks around with the 8s. So things are going from rough to more rough as we speak for Z-Fish.
Oh, 500.
I'll take it, yes.
Somehow the 3-better out of these hands is from the 7-3 offsuit.
Yeah. And for a big size too, right? Like he takes it up over 4x, so that's why everyone's just calling, I presume. And does that look like a good flop for Carlos, or what?
Please, for the love of all things holy, play this as slow as you possibly can with everything behind you. Even the Jack-10 could get something. Pocket 8s gets out of there. Down a heads up. Oh, the Jack-10. The Jack-10 escapes disaster. Wow.
For sure. Yeah, Z-Fish already dusted off a stack to Carlos earlier. I think he's like, if I'm playing against Carlos, I'm just not. I'm just not.
I thought when he went all in, I thought.
Doug, I totally understand what you're saying. I totally get it. And Big Raj with the 1999 super chat. Thank you so much, man.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you.
3 easy installments of 1999. You're awesome, man. I appreciate it. Helps out the production team and everybody at TCH, so thank you very much for that.
Hell yeah, that ought to help you buy it like, I don't know, let me just say, like a Taco Bell meal and a couple of beverages.
Absolutely. Yeah, what a nice fold there with that gut shot. Just avoiding disaster for Zach, and Carlos going, golly, that's my time to get another double up or something here. Jack's hand from earlier still haunting him a little bit.
You're a station too for everyone.
All right, Sam Queso, the opener, and a cascade of calls down the line. We will go 5 ways to a flop.
Yeah, snap fold. Just snap fold, don't even think about it.
Amazing later.
What else can he have? Pocket aces.
Never a flush. Never Jack-10.
Looks like he heard you. Right on time, Roger.
350.
You can't be mad. There's nothing I can do on this spot.
All right, Sam Queso gets rid of his nip button nice and early this time.
Oh.
And then I double up.
Oh, no. Snap fold the river. Snap fold the river. Flush came in.
Yeah, Wolfgang's definitely not had a lot of cards being dealt his way. He's had some some nice ones, but really navigating pretty well tonight. Hasn't been able to get super active. But he is one of only 4 players who are in profit tonight.
This is insane, right?
Yeah, but did just step away from the table for quite some time. Missed a few hands there with the nit game going, so several opportunities for him to play a hand, get rid of the nit button have gone by the wayside.
Now I had top pair, obviously.
I don't know about you, but man, I'm gonna hold down a piss. If I get a phone call or something, I'm muting that thing. Like, I'm in a nit game, dude. No, I'm seeing my hands.
Gonna see how big that bladder can get. I'm not paying that penalty.
Over there doing the dance.
The pee-pee dance, seat 7.
All right, sir, you got a deal.
Actually, I think that's for 3 feet.
Good question. Who are we going with this time?
Oh yeah. Well, I think we should choose once it gets down to 3 again.
Let me help you. I feel bad for you. Right?
No, but I will enjoy eating a Cinnabon from time to time.
$1,200 and a call. The 6-8 has connected very well with that board. Josh, with a deep stack, drawing dead now after the turn, does make the call. And
wow,
Z-Fish goes pot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, Josh. Josh is setting himself up for a very bad time. The speed with which he called those got to give Z-Fish a little bit of pause. I mean, Z-Fish is not the kind of guy who suddenly decides, like, I'm not going for max value with my strong hands, and so he is going all in, but he's got to imagine, like, check snap call on the turn. Okay. And this is how Z-Fish gets paid, right? Is he's been showing bluffs all night. Now he's got a nit button. And on this dusty-ass looking board, he is just going pot all in.
5, 7.
Yeah, no pause, 3,500. That was gross.
82.50. Call.
Oh my
Trip 6 0.
goodness.
Ooh, that's gonna sting.
I'm looking at the reactions from around the table.
I mean, that's how Z-Fish gets paid.
Holy.
He bluffs. He bluffs big. He puts a lot of pressure on his opponents, and he just convinced Josh in the nit game that, you know, he's up to no good.
Toxic Gator saying what everybody else is thinking right now, as Z-Fish doesn't even know what happened there, but he got paid.
Look, it's really easy for everybody who can see the cards,
of course,
to be like, what are you doing? That's a dumb call. But there are plenty of times where Z-Fish tonight has made big plays at pots where he had absolutely nothing, and ace-king high would have been super nuts. So, you know, it's a spicy spot to go for it, and he settled on that decision pretty quickly. It was just one of those things where he's like, no, I'm putting my foot down. And it was just the wrong time to do it.
Yeah, and well, they're talking at the table right now about Z-Fish. You did a great job setting up your image tonight. He did indeed.
And yeah, that's the long game. As you show a lot of bluffs, you get caught in a lot of spots, right? I mean, he tries to YOLO it in there with the ace-9 against Carlos earlier. And Carlos snaps him off with the 7s full, right? We had multiple other occasions where Z-Fish has slapped down a bluff onto the table. It's just not that time, right?
Yeah.
He gets paid when he
North Park?
makes a big hand.
I've been in there. You like it?
Just like that, we have a man in the chat who had a highway named after him. Hello, Lyndon B. Johnson. Welcome to the chat.
That was on TCH LIVE.
Black and shrimp.
Yeah, it has been.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say it's just been a tough night for Josh, right? I mean, he just kind of got wrecked by the deck, right? The jack coming off on the river. Like, it's a completely different scenario if the jack doesn't peel off on the river and gives Scott that huge hand against Josh, right? Like, we can imagine that Josh ships that pot, which he does like 93% of the time, and has a mountain of chips in front of him that he didn't rebuy for and is not tilted, and gets into that hand against Z-Fish and feels completely differently about how he's going to play it, right?
For sure.
What was that?
Okay.
But the man is still at the table. He's got chips in front of him. He's going to try to spin it back up. So we'll see how it goes.
650. 650.
We got Raina joining us in the chat. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, everybody's always going to have, you know, the little, you know, Monday morning quarterback session, whatever. Whenever we see big hands go down where someone makes a light hero call and gets wrecked. But yeah, I mean, that was definitely a spicy call. There's no doubt about that. Did not work out for Josh. He's got a long ways to go to get dug out of that hole as well. Only 1,600 in the stack.
Yeah, he's going to get some more chips, though, and we still have an hour of the stream left, so see if he can't get himself out of that hole. Wouldn't be the first player to do so.
The hand was already being dealt, so we was like,
Oh yeah, we got a whole nother brick here available. So Josh is going to reload in a real way. All right, the original race is from Benham here. Takes it up to 150. Josh, LGZ, and Sam Queso all come along, and we get an ace-high board. Pairs, gut shots. About.
How about some hearts?
Through. And indeed we do. Have some hearts. Top pair gets better for Benham.
Let me move in first so I get a referral.
And only LGZ calls with a bad gut shot there, as the 8 of hearts would be a little bit questionable. But perhaps just waiting to see if Benham would slow it down and could maybe just like fire a bet there on the river. But no, Benham wins the hand, gets rid of the nit button, and I think it's time for us to choose our horses.
Yeah, I was about to say here, what do we got left? We have Wolfgang.
Oh wait, he just lost.
He just lost. It happened way too quick. We didn't even get to guess.
Oh.
Damn it. Damn it, boy.
Wow.
And somebody, I believe, predicted it anyway that it was going to be Wolfgang to lose that. I think Roderick. So congrats, Roderick, for picking the net game loser there, Mr. Wolfgang Poker himself.
And if I'm not mistaken, all 400 is out there for just a single splash pot.
Yeah, single splash on this one. Scott and Towley over there, his car protector. They're going to come along with the couple of ducks here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you don't get a lot of practice in these situations, but I do think that there's a big incentive to open larger than you normally would. $50 straddle, open to 150 is the standard. You've seen it all night. But now there's an extra $400 in there. I think you should be opening a little bit larger. nonetheless.
Hello, diamonds. Zach with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, and really no one else has connected with the board for a pair, so the deuces are actually ahead with 16% equity.
Think Scott can sniff that out? Nope.
He's all in.
He's all in with the deuces. Now Zach is going to bet and take that one down and get that extra cheddar there from our man Wolfgang losing the nip button game. Yeah, I enjoy watching Wolfgang play and seeing him blow up over the last couple of years. Love the shorts and the stuff he puts out. Definitely a good player. Young man. But plays like he's been playing a long time. Made a name for himself real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I see Mr. RJ Dupree joining you there in the booth up in Dallas.
I thought I smelled something next to me. Yeah, it is. It is the RJ Duprizzle.
How you doing, RJ? Good to have you on, man.
I think he took his weekly shower this morning, so thank you for doing that, RJ.
You're welcome.
Always do appreciate that. I can not smell you from here, so yeah, things are looking up.
Keep Austin smelly.
That ain't far from the truth.
Yeah, yeah. A couple of big flush draws here. Carlos and Scott both with the goods as far as top end of the flush draws go. A club on the turn would make things super spicy. And indeed, they are the only two players remaining in the hand. Everyone else out of the way. No improvement. So we go check, check to a river, and ace high is just going to be good if we get there. And by there, I mean showdown. But Carlos is going to blast it for over pot. 800.
This would
with the
be
busted flush draw.
A fantastic call, but no.
And doesn't even have to show it because the net game is over, but he kind of wants to, you can tell.
Yeah, it's hard to put your opponent on a big flush draw when that's what you've got in your hand. Jack or 9 made sense there. There is our player stacks, though. Z-Fish up right there with Zach now, both up 11.5K. How about that?
Yeah, having a good night. Scott also up pretty good after drilling the jack on the river, sort of miracle bailout card against his unfortunate opponent across the way. But yeah, everyone else that's, you know, sort of in the middle of the pack is really not up or down that much. I mean, it's $1,000 here and there. And then all the way over to Josh, who is, of course, stuck the most at this point.
Again, I think I'm making that one on check.
If I don't back Friday, I'll play Saturday.
100. But I'm tempted to go do some cash game on Friday night.
So remind me, RJ, are you much of a tournament player, or you stick mostly to the cash game streets?
Man, I enjoy some tournaments, but I've not been playing in many. So I need to get after it in the tournament streets because I do enjoy them.
You've been dealing a lot of tournaments, that's for sure.
That's right, yeah. They've been keeping me busy here, but I am ready for this.
All right, well, yeah, Trailblazer Poker Tour coming to Dallas here in just over a week, January 21st through February 3rd. Got that $1 million guaranteed title event for $800 buy-in, $400K guaranteed on the $365 buy-in, as well as PLO and Hold'em high roller events. A total of 21 events over that 2-week span at both locations up there in Dallas. So, well, that'll give you an opportunity to get in there. Maybe if you can take a little bit of time away from the dealing streets, get in there and you know, try to grab a fat bag, huh?
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to finding something I like for sure.
All about grabbing a fat bag.
Fat bags are good to grab. Well, hopefully I will get to run into both of y'all while I'm up there. Certainly need to extract some value from my man Eric Van Loozen.
You shut your mouth
while
when
I'm
you're
up
talking
there.
to me. Yeah,
but it would be
you're
great
gonna
to see
you're
you
gonna
as
get
well,
a couple
RJ.
beverages for sure.
All right. Well, let's see here. We got a queen 9-4. Checks through. Everybody gets to see a free turn card, king of clubs. And we're still checking, even though we've got a player with her queens. And now, oh, trip 4s for LGZ, actually. Backs into the goods.
Depends what's going on and shit.
I looked it up, man. It's not cheap. Like, they charge you like $250.
But yeah, with the way the hand's been played, I mean, Scott has a player left to act behind, kind of giving away the strength of his hand, but certainly could be compelled to call with a 9 at some frequency. Benham, though, does make the call, and he pays off. The man, the winner.
Like 2 tournaments ago, they did that million.
All right, well, with that hand on the books, I think it's... Wait a minute. Is this hand number 100? No, this is hand number 99. I got to stick around for one more, RJ.
There you
and then I'll
go.
turn it over to you guys.
I like it.
I feel there's some heat here. Carlos is on the button. It's hand number 99. There's real feng shui here.
Feel it.
The promotion is great for Chalk though. Like the place is packed. Every slot machine is full.
Good to see some new faces here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Logan over there in the 8th seat, first time on the stream.
There you go. There's that mojo for you, Aaron.
550.
Yeah, and it's Z-Fish getting back to the Z-Fish ways. Puts in a 3-bet with the 96 suited. Ooh. And Josh tries to set mine, cold calling the 3-bet as well. This is not going to go well for his $550.
We'll see what happens when it gets back to Zach with the ladies.
Yeah, this is what you dream about, you know? You open, you get 3-bet by the loosest player, like the spiciest player at the table in late position, have someone cold call from the blinds, and then you just get to 4-bet punish. And by 4-bet punish, I mean call and take a flop.
No 4-bet punish with the ladies. Just take a flop.
Oh, let's go, Josh. Nobody else has anything.
Nobody has an ace.
But it's a good flop for Z-Fish's range, and he has backdoor spades.
Let's go. Josh is like, this is my time to shine.
But check raising ace-high disconnected boards is tough to do. Honestly, I like a call there a lot better. But
You guys want me to leave? Who's leaving?
it's going to raise it up instead, nonetheless. And Zach gets like super bailed out there. I don't know what might have happened. Like maybe he 4-bets and Josh just like YOLO calls. Who knows? But Josh does win.
They ask him to show a bluff. He says, I can't.
I thought I was going to have a seat at the game.
I got a set.
You sons of guns. I had it, and none of y'all had a thing.
All right, well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and step out of here and go hit up the T-Bell Tuesday menu. You guys have a great night. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in here at Texas Card House TCH Live on all of our streaming platforms. I'll see y'all next week. I think I'm going to be doing the live stream final table for the 100K guarantee if I'm not at that final table. So we shall see. But you guys have a great rest of your night. Enjoy the show, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Aaron. That was Aaron McAvoy from Austin, Texas.
Good night, Aaron.
Joining us every Tuesday night for our cash stream here.
I don't think Josh was going to fold if I 4-bet though. I know.
I'll see y'all later.
All right, just like that, Aaron's leaving us with some action hands here.
Yeah,
Jackson,
back to
Ace,
action.
King, and even Benham getting in there with the old suited mumbler.
Hand 99 had some spice to it. Here we are in hand 100.
Oh, come on, man.
5 ways to the flop somehow with Ace, King, and Jacks in here.
Nicole Hines asking, is this live or recorded? We are live with you. We're on a 15-minute delay.
I'm joking. I don't care. No, come on. We want Ryan. We want Ryan. We want Ryan. I'm joking. You should do whatever you want.
Ryan, I'm coming after you, man. I'm just saying.
I know you are. What the fuck is...
I'm just
I'm gonna really like this game up.
Big old heart here. Both players holding a fairly substantial heart. Carlos with the best of it.
Yeah, that's fine. What's that?
Josh needing some help here. 5 of clubs is not going to do it. And he just lets that go. There's some more shout outs in the chat there for our boy Aaron McAvoy. Roderick was asking in the chat a second ago when our next stream is. The next TCH stream is actually a 2-5 game from Austin, Texas at TCH Social. That's Thursday night, so 2 nights from tonight, you'll have the Austin stream. We have a tournament this Saturday. RJ Dupree and I will be doing that, our normal big one, Saturday tournament. And then next week on Tuesday, we're doing something a little different. We have a high-low game, 8-card high-low. If you guys aren't familiar with high-low and want to learn something, it'd be a great opportunity. We have a guy who's written a lot of books who's going to come in and commentate with me, Mr. Greg Vale. I've not met him. I'm excited to have him in the booth with us and learn a little bit about the 5-card high-low games, Big O or Congress as it's called. So tune in next week. It'll be a little different even if it's not your forte. Come in, hang out, learn a little something from a famous poker book writer, Greg Vale.
That's right. I may check in a little bit just to listen to Mr. Vale and see if I can catch some tips here on the high-low game.
Absolutely. It looks like one of our favorites, Ryan, may be joining us, and I'm not sure if that means Scott's going to take off a little early.
Venom's on the wrong end.
Yeah, I hear Ryan's voice in the background there.
Wow, he is going to take Scott's seat.
Saw him make an appearance in the chat earlier. And
absolutely.
He had mentioned if there was a seat open, he was available. And boom, here he is.
Oh, heater already? Fuck, here we go again.
275 to bet.
All right, well, great job, Scott. Always fun. Scott had a crazy hand. He jammed with ace-jack with an ace-high board, thinking he was good. 1 card to come, and got snapped off by Hoptown Josh over there. Caught a jack on the river, and, man, that was a huge hand sucking out there, but always fun when Scott's on. He's always a good character.
Absolutely. Scott's one of my favorite people.
Yeah, so friendly to us and the club, so we love having Scott on.
I've got a lot of favorite people, but Scott's one of them.
Yeah, his friends and family members always join in the chat too, so thank you, Scott, and we will see you next time, brother.
Next hand.
Can we do a hundo?
Let's check with the table.
Huh?
You good with it?
Stacks are getting a little bigger, right? Everybody good with 100?
I see these guys down here.
Yeah, I don't give a
150.
150. That's the spirit.
No, is it?
150 is the bet.
100, for sure.
If you get stacked, just to repeat, if you get stacked, you still have to pay.
Yeah.
If you leave.
You gotta repeat that twice, so depends to forget.
475.
Can I pee first?
No. But I got an empty water bottle.
Oh, actually, we have it at Starbucks.
Ryan's jumping right in the action here, by the way. He's in a big blind with 10-3 of clubs. He's going to 3-bet it up, about 475 to go. Queso's got a button and some suited canooders himself.
There you go.
Let's see a flop.
Really?
Hello.
RJ's favorite flush draw.
That's right. Big flop here for Queso. He's got a flush draw and a pair.
Pair and a flush draw.
I'm probably at a different marketplace like 4 days a week.
What's your go-to? What's your favorite spot?
Lala has good stuff.
Lala's good.
Oh yeah, I like that. It's good.
Marriott coffee is good. I haven't had their matcha.
Of course, Ryan flopping air here, so this would have to get awful spicy for anything to break out, but you never know.
We know Ryan ain't afraid to break out.
He is not.
I don't think so.
He might just want to come in hot. He's been watching the stream and in the chat. Little welcome to the table bluff. We're here for it.
Absolutely. We've seen Ryan spin up some big stacks courtesy of his chaos, but no help on this one. Queso flops a big old flop, and Ryan will let him have it.
Here we go. I think the stack sizes have allowed these players and Ryan to talk the table into increasing this nit game to a $100 nit game. They were doing.
There we go.
They were doing 50 earlier, so shout out to Ryan for giving them something a little extra to play for on this one.
That's right. So if you lose this nit button game, it's going to cost you $800 instead of the $400 they were playing for. Always fun when there's a little more meat on that bone.
Absolutely.
LGZ. He's ready to open it up with 7-9 off.
Ryan's going to try going clubbing again, this time with the 7-3.
4 players.
Z-Fish and Carlos completing the action.
Sharing some cards with other players that have him dominated on the 7-3 account, but he could get some clubs.
Z-Fish smashing this one.
Top and bottom for Z-Fish. Carlos going to stick around with that king 3.
Running threes or some chop outs. Carlos not holding any diamond, but Z-Fish possibly on a diamond draw here. Z-Fish going to continue.
Carlos putting a little heat here in on the turn. That's 1,000 into 1,300.
Z-Fish.
Z-Fish, yes. I'll figure out my seats here in a little while.
Wow, sneaky check. Diamond gets there. The 2-piece for Z-Fish. Gonna take it down.
Check, check, go to showdown. 1,800 in profit there for Z-Fish.
Pretty sure Carlos would have had to put his entire stack in to get Z-Fish to fold those 2 pair. Z-Fish having himself a night. He's up almost 12K now. Thank y'all again for tuning in and chiming in our chat tonight. We've got over 334 of y'all still watching via the Facebook app, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and X. We're having a good time, and thanks for joining us.
Get the graphic go, baby.
Yeah. I opened my mouth.
Queso finding a good spot here to 3-bet. Josh opened it up with that 7-4 diamonds. Queso's got king, queen. 3 bets for 450. We'll see a flop. Deuce 3-6, all clubs. Sam Queso's got one.
And it's a big one. Yeah, Josh realizing there's too many cards that could get him in trouble there. He's just going to let that straight draw go. Wrong color, wrong suit.
Damn it, Sam.
Nice hand there for Queso, and he's able to show it off and get rid of that nit button.
He reminded me, so he has to take it.
So he and Z-Fish have their nit buttons out the way.
And I know they're still out there. Rebecca Thompson hosts a 5-card high-low game. We mentioned that there is a high-low stream next Tuesday night, but every Tuesday looks like they've taken the Sunday actually away for a little bit. But Tuesdays for sure, 1 p.m. If you're interested in playing 5-card high-low with 2 bomb pots, there's the information right there. Rebecca puts together a great lineup. If you're interested in playing the high-low variety, Congress game. Come on out. TCH Dallas every Tuesday, 1 p.m.
Hit her up.
6 of hearts in the mug.
Make it happen.
Yeah, she will be playing on stream next Tuesday night. So you'll get to meet the woman behind the awesome high-low game that we run here every week at TCH Dallas.
Okay.
4-8-4.
Pretty big flop here for Josh. He tried that 4-7 last hand. This time he's got a 4-6 and finds a flop. 4-4-8. Coming out.
600. Yeah, and they call everything a foul. It's all soft.
And there's like no like LeBrons and Durant.
Gets the check raise here. Zach let out for 200.
Yeah.
Wemby is too young, right? He's not like GOAT status yet.
SHU from Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's like a few, but there's no like.
Shows it. It's been one of those nights for Josh when he's had it, he doesn't get paid off, and when he doesn't have it, he's paying other people off. It's just been one of those kind of rough nights for him. You know, I mentioned the hand that he ran into Scott with, the ace, king, ace, jack, and Scott hit that jack on the river. You know, he's going to win that hand, 9 out of 10 times.
Right.
Just got the unlucky 3-outer to hit, but he's made 2 huge calls tonight with just ace high and been wrong. And of course, Z-Fish was the beneficiary of one, over 10,000.
Woo!
So that was a sick one.
In college, everybody thought like he was such a beast in college, but this kid never shoot the ball.
Yeah, you can shoot the ball. I don't know how you play basketball your whole life. You can't shoot the freaking ball. It's like, what are you practicing?
7-deuce game not on. Knit game is. Can't make the call. Benham's going to get rid of his knit button.
No 7-deuce game, so 7-deuce goes in the muck, where it typically belongs, but it's more fun for streams to let that bad boy rip.
All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knit buttons left. When it gets down to 3, you and I are going to pick a player.
Oh yeah, you ready to give up some goods?
Evidently, already lost Aaron.
Yep. I hear it's easy to come.
That's what she said. We're doing a Taco Bell drive-through run for whoever wins this sucker.
All right.
Wolfgang lost the last one. We still have 5 players. Ryan and Z-Fish in a hand. Carlos coming along with Queen 4. Benham says, no, no, no. I got the real hand here, boys. He's going to 3-bet it up to 700.
Who wants to really play?
700.
We would have had our first flopped set over set over set tonight had we not gotten some nitty folds pre-flop earlier. The action kind of led it to happen that way. Benham is going to take that one down. But yeah, it was 8s, 9s, jacks, and an ace-king. Benham was the last to act. He was the 3-better with the 8s. The 9s and the jacks both folded. Flop was jack 8-9, RJ.
Wow.
Would we have had some chips flying or what?
Double straddles on.
Yep. The ace-king was all in for the short stack. The other 2 players were going to have to call the 4-bet jam.
So 9s and jacks both folded to the 4-bet jam.
Yeah.
And Benham hung around. He was the last to act.
He was getting the right price,
Yeah.
last to act. Spikes the 8.
Bingo, bango. Carlos has a nice hand this time. He's in the cutoff with ace queen suited. Just limp for the 100.
Yeah, that was definitely the hand of the night so far.
Bro, we played one pot together.
One of, for sure.
There goes your intro.
What are you talking about? Today, we play a $350 pot.
We avoid a pot with.
So Ryan's in the straddle here.
A $25,000 pot against Wolfgang. Can we duck him the whole stream? We're about to find out. That's the whole thing. Wolfgang raises.
We've got a fun hand brewing, but we've also got Wolfgang Poker and Sam Queso both talking about the possible shorts they could have for this live stream because they really haven't gotten any action against each other.
Whoa.
You don't want to
That's a
see
sign.
anything.
That's my sign. It's only one.
Carlos just calling for 550 with that beautiful ace queen, showing it to his neighbor Benham. Benham going, what the hell are you doing with that hand?
Benham says, good luck. We get a flop of ace 8, deuce 6. It's rainbow.
No spade.
LGZ, he's got a 6. And he's going to throw down with that 6. He's got a pair, and he's not afraid to use it.
He said, I don't have anything. I got to fold. Yeah.
Chance you got 9-7. Sometimes it beats.
Ooh, there we go.
It indeed was currently the best hand.
Rips about 4K into that pot to take it down.
All right, we still got 4. So we'll wait for one more guy to lose their knit button, and then you and I will pick who we're going with.
See those knit buttons sticking out a little bit. The 1 seat, the 2 seat, 3 seat, and Carlos in the 5.
Oh my God.
Z Fish comes back to a hand that's
it says, oh my God.
OMG worthy. Carlos OMG. He's got kings.
3-bet to 5 hundo. 2 black cowboys.
Hated seeing that ace queen suited get run over on the last hand, so he's going to bump this one up. 500 to go.
And it usually doesn't matter knit button or not. If Carlos is 3 or 4 betting pre-flop, you know he's got a pretty strong hand.
See Fish going to stick around. 7 in the window. Ace right behind it to scare those kings. Z Fish checks here, and Carlos continues.
Puts together a multicolored stack there of $750 with those new TCH chips. Z Fish going to come around though, and that's going to send some alarm bells off for Carlos. Checks back.
Oh, 6 of clubs on the river, and that's going to be spicy because now Z Fish has 2 pair.
Carlos is going to be disgusted, as he should be. Slowed down and gets punished.
Throws his kings in the muck.
Z-Fish says, I woke up with aces. What can I say? Oh, my goodness.
Something in there.
Ace 6 off.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see that river play without him binking 2 pair because he might have been on fire mode anyway with that ace out there.
Yeah, once Carlos checked on that, may have given him the green light to go for it anyway. That was a gross one.
You guys can't fight. You're bothering about Maui. That's true, man. You
guys are boys.
Oh, friendly game.
Hoptown Josh with the Ducks. He's going to make the call for $100. And Ryan, wow, thought the knit button with his hand as strong as Ace Jack, he might come in for something large here. But instead, we're just going to go 6 ways to a flop.
Texas heads up. It's all spades, queen 3-8.
She did a pretty good flop for Ryan's hand with the ace of spades.
No one holding a queen here.
Because they're both green. You're like,
10 of diamonds. Maybe that'll pick up some draws of some sort.
Really just improves Ryan's hand.
Yeah,
Zach
pretty good
now,
hand for him.
Zach now also with a straight draw.
400. Really? Actual bet.
14.25.
And he's going to come in for a raise with that combo draw here. Spades draw and straight draw.
14 1/4 the size.
And neither one of us was going to pick Ryan as our knit game loser anyway.
No.
Oh, I did have Ryan.
Nice hand there for Ryan. And
Not hand, not hand.
We're down to 3, so we've got Zach, Wolfgang, and Carlos.
You guys are all filming poker content. I'm doing,
All right.
I'm not
Pick
doing
one.
my job as a partner in an accounting firm. I'm getting coaching on my poker game.
I'm going Wolfgang. Back to back.
Yeah.
Back to back loser.
I don't blame you. Let's see here. Man, I wanted to say, but he would kill me. And then if I say,
You got to do it before you see these
he'll
cards.
kill me too. Okay, I'll say Carlos.
All right, Carlos.
They're both going to be
RJ's
mad at me.
choice. Sam Queso waking up with the sailboats, pocket 4s.
You're in for 10 and it's 275 to you.
Zach and Carlos both with a disgruntled lap of the button there on that last lap.
And that graphic got off real quick. There we go.
They're back. Oh.
Wow. Did I really pick Wolfgang?
That a baby.
And he's waking up with queens.
Queenzilla for Wolfgang here.
This is exactly what happened in my last pick. They woke up with queens. I shit you not. I evidently am just destined to buy you and Aaron both Taco Bell and drinks. Thank God we bet small. Those new slick chips. Wolfgang doing a little choo-choo there.
Choo-choo. Choo-choo.
Says chew on this.
Yeah, Benham raised it up here with the 5-6 clubs. Got a flat from Queso and Ryan. Now it's going to be 3-bet to 1750. Wolfgang bringing the heat.
Yeah, it gets folded all the way around to Ryan, who does like to get out of line time to time, but King 10.
1750. He's going to make the call.
Does not flop very well, the King 10, but hey, what the hell?
I can't tell. These greens and blacks kind of too close together.
All right, the 3-bet 1750. We're heads up. King 10 versus Queens. Ace 6-7.
Let's see if he wants to represent an ace. Well, he's going to check.
Does a check and then does some accounting on his chip stack.
Wolfgang wasting no time, going large.
Reaches for about 1,500 here.
Ryan having some nefarious thoughts, you can tell. Wow.
Gonna bump it up.
Told you. Maybe my Wolfgang poker could come to fruition. He's played a little bit with Ryan. I'm not sure how recent.
Put 3,200 on top of Wolfgang's bet here. This pot ballooning up to nearly $9,000 now.
Man, Wolfgang in the blender. Ryan suspecting he might have a queens or kings or even jacks type holding. Puts him to the test. Great play from Ryan, whether it works or not.
Actually. Yes.
Wolfgang makes the call.
Wolfgang does have him out chipped.
Ace of spades on the turn. Nasty here.
Bad card for Ryan to continue the story on.
So if Wolfgang didn't believe the story on the flop when Ryan check raised for heaps, what might this card bring us? And Ryan's hanging around over there with 4.6 thousand left in his stack. This pot well over that.
And an additional 800 in possible nit game penalties for Wolfgang to think about as well. Of course, he's more concerned with this monster pot. Rips it.
Wolfgang rips it here, and Ryan's going to be in a heap of mess.
Got 3 outs. Little save face here. We know he's not going to be able to make this call. Would have loved to have seen like a 3 of clubs or something on the turn. Really do think Ryan was going to jam and, and really put Wolfgang to the test. What a turn card.
And there you go, Wolfgang able to turn that card over and get rid of his nit button. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Wolfgang.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Wolfgang. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for making an amazing call on the flop when you got check raised. And now I owe RJ Taco Bell on the way home.
Mr. Equity himself, EVL, owing me some Taco Bell. Gotta love it.
And Wolfgang has a lot of chips to decipher through, and we can't tell. As much as I love these new chips, overhead, it is really hard to tell the difference in those greens and blacks. What a hand.
Yeah, we need to highlight those greens a little bit. They look great from the side.
I think it's a check. Checks. Not a jump.
I don't know if it even
Ryan's still smiling, going, I was going to get that through. If that damn ace didn't come, I was getting that through.
I think it's a little, it's under 10, but.
And Ryan is no quitter here. Down the stretch of this stream a little bit, you can smell the end zone, but he's got a little add-on ready to go over there.
Just like a former wrestler, right? No quit in him.
None. Yep, I'm a bit of a psycho competitor myself, and at times it can be a detriment on the felt, I feel like.
That pride thing is real. How about another 8 for Josh?
Bingo, bango.
Speaking of somebody needing a little bit of run good.
He'll throw 600 out there at this pot, hoping somebody's got a king.
Oh, yeah, and 8.
Rainbow board. And again, just not getting paid off when he's got it.
Yeah.
So it's been one of those nights for Josh, but he's sticking with it.
8 deuce.
He's still grinding.
Don't worry, here comes it.
I mentioned at the very start of our stream, I talked to him before the stream started and just said welcome back and everything and asking him how he's doing and what's on his schedule, if he was going to play in our tournaments. He's about to head down to Houston and play with some guy you may have heard of, Johnny Chan.
I've heard of him.
Now that's pretty cool.
That is
He's
cool.
going to go down to Houston and mix it up with Mr. Johnny Chan himself. So good luck down there, Josh. And we hope to see you back up here for our Trailblazer tour next week, or at the end of February when we're kicking it off or finishing it off with that $1 million guarantee. But good luck against Johnny.
Sam Queso in the hijack here with Ace King. He will 3-bet it up to 500. Ryan's on the button with a suited ace, so he's calling.
For being a nit. It's not mine. You can throw it out, yeah. Not really.
Damn, kids.
Yeah.
I like the action, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think
LGZ lets his hand go, so we're going to be heads up. Ace King versus suited ace 3 of diamonds. 2 diamonds, and Ace King lands as well. Let's go.
This is the action we wanted.
Play it perfect.
Slow and steady wins a race, so Queso going to check it down.
You can go home and be happy.
Queso checks here after landing that big Ace King.
I'm sure he's going to go home happy talking.
Ryan thinking he's got this maybe locked up a little bit with that big diamond.
About 1,500 already out there.
I should never really complain, man.
Queso just a call.
Wow.
Hello. King of spades on the turn. A little spicy card there.
So I can't really complain. Got a house, couple cards.
Oh yeah, that's his spirit, man. That's the right call.
American dream right there.
So Ryan reaches for more. It's 1,025 now here.
73,000.
Hell yeah.
40 and 48.
Tournament?
No, 3 days of cash.
Wow. What were you playing?
The 73,000 is in Hold'em.
2-5 no limit.
The other 2 are in PLO. quarter 50 when we started playing. By the end of the night, we were playing quarter 51 and 2.
Just a call here from Queso, and it's a big old brick here on the river.
One of those days.
Yeah. But to follow it up with
Ryan can do nothing but shake his head right now.
Respect is long gone, so I just check.
It's a good check, I think.
Check, check. Queso's going to show it off. Says that's a pretty good check.
Queso says that's a pretty good check, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was Queso actually, or it might have been Zach there in the 1 seat. A nice pot there for Sam Queso. Takes it down, and it's no skinny rabbit.
All I ask is,
Yeah, I've seen Queso be a fun dude, right? And a lot of his social media work, and he's fun and cutting it up. But tonight he's got his game face on.
He's got game face on.
Yeah,
he had his brother-in-arms on Tilt Nick in the chat earlier, calling him a nit, telling him how bad he sucked. Love having him here, though, man. He's always cool when he's here.
I could definitely see those two cutting it up pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Nick was straight trolling and laughing, having a good time, as always.
Zach looking down at Cowboys. King of spades, king of hearts. He opens it for 150.
Oh, sorry.
So Zach's had some hands to play here since I showed up. None of them have gone great.
Not a bad flop for the 7-4.
Decent flop here for kings.
Not a bad flop for the 6-9 either.
So Zach checks it here.
how much was it?
Ryan goes for 325. Josh makes the call, so now he's got
hammer time.
A little more cheese out there.
No hammer. 385 rainbow. I think I'm going to hammer that.
Zach on his best behavior with his kings. 9 of clubs.
What did you say that you were thinking about?
So now Josh is going to like this card.
Yeah, same gutter ball and a pair now.
Ryan, of course, holding one of those sevens.
Like you can switch, you can go like this, right?
Yeah.
Because I'll get one that's a prime, like a 15 millimeter.
So Josh likes that 9 to the tune of 850.
So when you start to do some vlogs on the camera, or you already
just leads out 850 into this pot.
But I think I'm going to incorporate more this year of like talking to the audience, and, like actually in the moment.
I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot.
So yeah, this board's getting a little draw heavy and possibly rough for King. So now Zach in a situation where he's stuck maybe just calling. Big ol' ace of hearts here on the river. Josh checks.
That's not a little thing. That's
Zach likes to check there.
I think it would go a long way. As a viewer.
Check, check, Keeks are good. There's 4,000 in that pot, so Zach will win a profit of 28.30. So even though he played him pretty slow there, got that pot cooked up pretty good.
And just like that, Carlos playing a little air hockey with that nit button, fires it over. Carlos is going to be the loser of the nit game.
Best graphic in all the sports. Sorry, Carlos.
Oh, I'm in the bottom. We're doing 400, two hands. 2 hands of 400.
2 hands of 400, so they are going to do 2 different splash pots for that nit game penalty of 800 from Carlos. Gets a chance to win it back, though.
Gets a chance to win it back. So he splashed that pot out there with 4 black chips, I think.
Indeed.
And it's 50 to go.
And we'll just add 400 to the total of that pot.
A little dead money out there.
Z-Fish got a pretty ace-10 of spades. Carlos may have the same hand in clubs. Or maybe like a jack-10. What do you suspect that other card is there?
I know Benham's got pocket 9s, and he's going to 3-bet it up big time. He's going to go for 2,000 here.
2K all day. And back over to Ryan with the Queen 5. That hand flops well.
Queen 5 offsuit. Yeah, Ryan trying to make something happen over there, showing up for the last hour, but his cards have been pretty raggy.
These two players did some tangoing last week towards the end of the stream, did they not?
Yep, and Z-Fish is asking again. How much you got in that stack over there, Benham?
Because you still owe me about 27 grand from last week.
They cooked up a big one. Very similar to
yeah,
this.
Carlos does have the same ace-10, indeed. Z-Fish gonna try to outplay Benham here or outflop him. 2 overs and spades.
Ace-10 of spades, pretty good hand for the button. Ace-4, 5.
46 plus.
Looks like Benham goes with 1,500 here.
Getting a little stink eye from Z-Fish.
Giving one back, I think. Queen of diamonds here. See what Benham thinks now with these 2 overs out there and some clubs.
Benham's going to slow it down here. Ryan giggling to himself. I said the Queen 5 didn't flop very well. He would have gotten
counterfeited.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, would have turned 2 pair just to see it get annihilated here on the river.
Didn't want to say the other word. Counterfeit is what we were looking for.
So nice check there from Z-Fish for possibly some pot control and whatnot on the turn. And it opens up to betting here for Benham. He comes out firing 3,800.
And he is thinking to himself, I chop with every other ace except for ace-king here. I lose to queens.
After Z-Fish makes this call, Benham's going to smile and say, you got it.
You got it, man. It sucks calling for a chop, but you're just never folding this, are you? It's like, was Benham really being tricky? checking that turn? I don't know.
And you know that. You know the big hand they played last week is looming here a bit, perhaps. Z-Fish does make the call.
Says good call.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Says good call, but doesn't really smile about that one. Missed out on the Venom smile.
Wishing he could have just taken it down pre-flop with that.
There it is. Now he's ready.
Now he's ready. Venom and Josh throwing the big party of the night. Ryan just starting off, joining them. Carlos in the 4 seat, also in the red. Probably just got a couple hands left. So we are getting close to that 5-hour mark. Thank y'all again for joining us.
Oh, come on, brother.
We knew Ryan would bring the action. Just couldn't get here quick enough.
Right. Well, he's got ace-4 this time. Just calls the 200 here. Zach bumped it up just a smidge.
Wolfgang got a 10X holding and a really expensive camera in his hand.
I know it. He's got the fancy stuff.
Fancy schmancy. I'll definitely check him out on YouTube. Wolfgang Poker.
Wolfgang Poker, he's crushing it.
And on the book face and the Insta face and
all the socials.
Yeah.
2,500.
Good guy to follow on social media. Puts out a lot of great content. Great ambassador for poker. Young and upcoming superstar.
Okay, so this is my first time playing like since they switched the chips. The orange one is 5. Yes. And then those whites in front of you are
Those are ones.
$1.
Yeah. Oh, those are his only ones.
Okay, why are those in front?
We shouldn't even have the $1 chips out there. Not in a 5, 10, 25 game.
All right, Wolfgang here. In the tank a little bit, trying to decide what to do with Benham's 4-bet. Benham makes it 2,500 to go here on a 4-bet.
Yeah, guessing Wolfgang's got another 10 under there.
$2,500 to go, and Wolfgang makes the call.
And Carlos stuck like Chuck tonight.
Stuck like Chuck could go set mining, and does.
Here we go, 3 ways, 2,500 plus what was already in there, so $8,000 almost going to a flop.
There we go, 8,000 in the pot, and some of our stacks are getting around the same number here, so we might see some action. Jack 7-5, all hearts. We see that Wolfgang there holding the only heart at least.
Just gonna check it. I think it's unlikely he's got ace 10 of hearts here, but could have that hand. And Carlos, oh God, he missed me by 1 twice. Could I get away with a bluff here? Nope. Checks it. King Burger.
King of diamonds on the turn.
That is what we're hoping for, Tony.
Phony Turgerson, what's up, buddy?
Cousin of the great Turd Ferguson.
How much? 2,400.
2,400 here from Benham. So nearly 8K in this pot before Benham goes to fire in here, and it's 2,400 is the bet.
Code HGN betting it's 10-9 of hearts.
That'd be nasty.
It absolutely would. $10-9 of hearts might have been mucked pre though.
Benham's going to get it through and shows an ace-5 of diamonds to take down that 10K pot.
Wowzers.
5,400 in profit.
5,400 in profit for Benham. Bing Bang Benham. Of course,
Bing
last
Bang
week,
Benham.
winner of over 50K on our stream. Largest we've had in well over a year plus. 2 more hands and then another flip.
And yeah, that was a big pot there for him tonight. Woo! 5K profit. He's in the cellar down there trying to grind it out. And you can see that that's going to be pretty substantial for him.
Absolutely.
He was videoing the tension, and he didn't know what happened.
Yeah, had to have been pocket tens there.
B-roll. Do you keep going on the river?
300.
Depends on what.
Heart? Yeah, right? In for a goose, in for a gator, right? I mean, the heart I call. Right over here.
Queens with a heart?
Right over here.
They're all trying to figure out what Wolfgang had there.
We are too, because it was the TCH mystery card.
Got to be pocket tens.
Definitely feel like it was a...
He's not calling 2K plus pre-flop.
Definitely feel like it was another 10. Let's see if he says anything here.
That flop.
Check.
He doesn't. He's gangster over there. He doesn't bring it up.
When that turn would have been gross too.
For this hand, it's not much action, as the players are 9 high. We do get a 4-card run out on those diamonds, but nobody has one. Benham, bottom pair, going to lock it up if we go to a checked showdown here.
Check.
I got a pair, boys.
How's that?
You have a pair, you win. No, I got 1 high. Well, I mean,
Benham's like, I am the nuts today. Like Carlos even crack a smile. He's like, what the hell? Benham is still stuck, so.
High poker pairs are good.
Benham was just stuck 2 hands ago, over 13,000.
Yep.
Now he's only stuck 7,000. But yeah, big winners tonight. Seafish up almost 21,000. Zach up 12.5. Sam Queso 4.5. Wolfgang 3.6. And LGZ this go round. He actually busted out twice already. But this go round he's crept back a little bit of that money.
Got a little truck payment back, it looks like.
Truck payment circa 1999. $480.
Party like it's 1999. And truck payments like it's 1999. I miss those.
All right, dusty hands here. 8-5, the Ocho Cinco.
Not stopping these guys.
Carlos says, I know you're willing to blast off some chips. I'm going to get involved in this pot.
Let's go. 8-5 versus 10-9. Ace, king, 8. Big flop here. Ryan's got the best of it, but it's going to be hard to know that.
Hello, open-ender.
Hello, open-ended now for Carlos. And a big brick.
Can't win if you don't bet. And he's going to show him the 8.
They're going to check it down. Ryan's going to win it.
8-5 with pride for Mr. Ryan. Flip time.
Flipadelphia.
Flipadelphia. So Salvador's going to get this PLO hand dealt out. There's a reminder what's starting off next week. There's satellites already going on to get into some of these events. There's a 400K guarantee for 365, and of course the highlighted event, our title event, $1 million guarantee for $800 buy-in. Check out the schedules on Poker Atlas and on TCH's website. Come on out, fire at this 21 events through both locations here, TCH Dallas and Las Colinas. It's going to be awesome.
Gonna be awesome. I can't wait. Every week I say Trailblazer this week, and you have to remind me, no, it's not there yet.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming in hot. 1 week from today.
Oh, God. Oh, no, nothing. I have nothing.
Let's see how I can fuck this up.
Queen. Oh, you win.
Somebody's begging for a queen. We do have deuce 3-5 out there.
Ace 4, 4-6.
We see 2 pair. That'll start the bidding.
Is there any 6s out there? Come on.
Wasn't coming, brother.
2 pair, 2 pairs.
I know. I get there's no 6s. I got a 6 right here.
10, 5.
Oh, he's got one of those. Yeah.
Got 9s, deuces, and 6. 4.
Somebody's got 3 pair out there.
No
9
good.
3.
That was a Kentucky accent for sure.
Tiny 2 pair.
Tiny 2 pair.
10-5, 10-5.
That's the name of my poker book.
Dalila joining us, saying she misses me, but she also says, Sal, you are the best, baby, because that's her man in the box.
Sal is the best. Everybody rooting for Sal.
So it looks like a couple of 10-5s are going to take it down.
There you go. Chop it up.
Thank y'all again for tuning in. Been a blast, as always. Tuesday night live stream, TCH Live. Shout out to Cooper and Miss Taylor over there doing her thing, helping out the production team and all of our dealers tonight. Of course, Felipe, Danny, and Sal.
Rock stars.
Rock stars, absolutely. We will have a tournament live stream on Saturday for the big one. And then, of course, next week we're going to have a high-low game.
And quick reminder, we're doing little bankroll satellites. You can come in for $100 playing some of these bankroll satellites. I believe they're 3 p.m. and I know 9 p.m. is the late one. And for that, you might get $400 in tournament credits.
Absolutely, yeah. Come on out for that. We've got 3 p.m. tournaments every day. Check the schedule. I think there's 7 total satellites going on every week. So as we get closer and closer to this big event, there's going to be a lot of opportunities to get in cheap. But otherwise, you know, happy stacking, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us, and we will see you next time.
Good night, TCH.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, you got birds. You got birds.
Give me a jack.
Attention Dallas, Texas. The Trailblazer Poker Tour makes its first stop of 2025 at Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from January 21st through February 3rd. 21 big events, including the $400,000 and the $1 million guaranteed multi-flight no-limit hold'em tournaments, plus PLO and hold'em high roller events. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.